great year. Still young, still very young, and
Zielinski
working
wins the
hard
leg.
on his game. One of the best Polish players here this week in Kielce.
Everything you said there, Alex, absolutely true. I would go so far as to say, arguably the best Polish player.
He had a run of runner-up finishes in
First
the
rack.
United States.
Zielinski,
Tournament after tournament was incredible, really. Big talent. I mean, he's literally big, but also his talent for the game, for ball pocketing, is enormous. Next to pool, he manages to progress in his studies. Cartography, he actually likes it. Had to be in Poland the last couple of weeks to finish a string of exams. Really impressive how he still sticks at it, at his study. And him and I, we do a lot of work on the defensive part of the game. And that will add a lot. You know, ball pocketing, position play, his run-out ability is right up there. But at the top level, it's more about the fight for the initiative to beat your other guy to the shot.
As for Roman Hubler, well, he has won a Euro Tour event many moons ago, it has to be said, in 2002, the German Open. But he's also been to the last 16 of the World Championship on 3 occasions, so he's no mug.
3 times, that's impressive. Yeah, he's been around the block, Roman. Come off the long rail. Now the pocket low right is blocked by the 9. Next ball after the 3 will be the 5. So I think he'll opt to go into the 5. Unless, of course, there's a passage. Little below center, doesn't need a lot of draw. Easy on the speed. Okay, I think Zielinski will be back to the table. I don't see Hubler attacking this 6 ball.
Yeah, on the back of his shirt there, it's got check attack. But there's a time and a place for attack, and that wasn't it.
A little bit of air behind that 5 ball. Don't think it's enough to stick the cue ball and send the 5 all the way down table. Maybe more of a half ball hit.
Very interesting info, Alex, you were giving us about the cartography. Of course, that's the study of maps, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you should be getting plenty of road maps. That shouldn't be a problem.
And he was telling about it, and very enthusiastically. He enjoys it, so well, good for him. Does Roman enjoy this position? Does that 5 ball, does he see enough of it? Even if he does, very difficult. Will let the cue ball loose if he attacks. I think he's going for the shot and now checked if it's possible to scratch. Doesn't look like it. Good shot.
Really good, I think, Zielinski continuing with his studies, because I think if you do that, as we see this 9-ball go in the general vicinity of the pocket, I think if you do that, if you have another string to your bow or another 2 or 3 strings when you play cue sports, it helps because you're not putting all of the eggs in one basket and you're not under so much pressure.
Yeah, that, and you know, you have distractions. You have something to dedicate your time to. Because I know out of personal experience and heard from many other players, the moment they sort of liberated themselves, where they could dedicate all their time to practice, it didn't do too much good to their mental state. It's difficult to be in the game non-stop, 24/7. Now sent the 5-ball over to the middle of the short rail. That's the shot he looked at, he didn't like it, and then he comes with that. Nice example of his pocketing prose.
And he didn't deserve this, did he? The black 8-ball in the way of the 6. That was such a good pot.
Was the youngest player to win the Euro Tour and did it in 29 minutes, I believe, against Mario He. So what we see here, him taking his time, this is sort of the Zielinski 2.0. When it's open, he'll go, and that's the whole trick in 9-ball. Play with rhythm if you can, and take time if you must. Wow.
He's dynamite, this lad, he really is. You're quite right, Alex. He won the Treviso Open in 2017 as a 16-year-old, the youngest ever winner of a Euro Tour. And of course that record remains. I think it will take an awful lot of beating. He beat Mario He 9-1 in that final. What an arrival onto the scene.
Now, this shot for an opener in the opening rack. Play two-way shot. A valid attempt, but the thing is, if the moment it becomes a two-way shot and you choose to play it with left spin to try and go for that 9-ball, you take your eye off that 7 just a little bit. Still a good effort.
Looked very nervy to me, that, Alex. I think it's entirely understandable. Hubler is the underdog. He knows just how good Zielinski is. And of course, this is the World 9-Ball Championship.
Yeah, and that type of shot close to the rail, straight in, speed required. It's always difficult. There are some shots in the game that will separate the real cueists, like the pure cueists, from the rest. The wheat from the chaff, I think you say. Good opening rack by Zielinski.
Thank you.
Good rhythm, so I spoke about him slowing himself down a little bit. Learning to take time on shots where it is needed, so difficult routes for position or kicks, safeties and push-outs.
This match is their second of the championship. They're playing to go into the last 64 tomorrow. Zielinski started out yesterday with a 9-4 win over Aziz Moussati from Morocco. As for Roman Hubler, he beat Matt Edwards from New Zealand 9-6. That was a good win.
Yeah, he's a tough competitor, Roman Hubler. Talk about taking your time. He's more than able to do just that.
Talking of Matt Edwards, I always feel a little sorry for the New Zealanders when they lose early, because more than anyone else they have to travel the greatest amount of miles to be here. Two New Zealanders in this field. Also Sullivan Clark, who had a tough first round draw, gave a good account of himself, but narrowly was defeated by Ralph Souquet.
Marco Teucher, Dutchman residing in New Zealand. He lost his first match to Imran Majid. And then there's the pressure today, playing the match in the losers round. When you're out, you're going home. Almost a 2-day trip.
Just to, as that cue ball goes against the two. He's not having the best of rolls at the moment, is he?
He can get to the long rail off of the 2-ball. Even when they're frozen, you're allowed to go through the 2-ball just a little bit. Oh, line is good, speed is not. So is there value in attacking the 2-ball? Can he get shape on the 3? Was also a difficult shot for Hubler. He missed that straight in 7 in the previous one. And in that sense, you're also always dependent. If you're not absolute elite level, you're dependent on what you get early in the match. So 2-3 difficult positions, maybe 2-3 shots that could make you look weak. It's tough.
While he's contemplating here, let me tell you, on the other two show tables, the opening couple of racks have been shared. Tyler Steyer and Alex Kazakis are 1-1. So too Alex Pagulayan and Joshua Filler.
Don't think he got there. It's difficult. If he sees part of the 3, very difficult to find a play from here. I would maybe, the only shot I see is to actually play a double kiss shot. Try and hit it thick. Well, yes, something if you can get to the rail. The double kiss shot as thick as you can with right spin. Cue ball would go to the long rail and then all the way up table. And then hope that the 3-ball doesn't stay in front of the corner pocket. Actually, when I work with players, like in between other drills, often we'll do a little bit of double kiss stuff, because just to, you know, play around a little bit.
Ball in hand.
That was a double disaster. Cue ball directly into the pocket What a gift for Hubler.
Yeah, he tried to swerve into the long rail. It's not easy this, to get from the 3 to the 4. Yeah, it needs the long route. Good shot. Now with this angle on the 4, I don't know if you can get low enough on the 5. Yeah, hasn't made an effort. There would have been soft with inside spin. Not exactly the type of stroke you want to play early in the match. This is good. Now play a good line to get to the other long rail. Forget about the long rail and just play it soft. Just good enough. Stayed away from the rail just enough to hit that cue ball below center. Missed a straight in 7 from the rail in rec 1. But this so much closer, so the German German check attack gets his first point on the board. One all. A difficult position that Zielinski tried to get on the 3 ball. Gave away ball in hand, and in top level Nineball, 90% of the times it will cost you the wreck.
No real flow to the contest yet. I'm sure that will change. Race to 9, of course. Other matches going on. David Al-Qaidi, who did such a wonderful job for my co-commentator Alex Laley at the Mosconi Cup in December. He's taken the opening rack from Jani Uski of Finland. Loho Sum of Hong Kong. He's 2-0 up on Emil Andre Gangvla of Norway. Naoki Oi, one of my personal favourites, I will freely admit, 2-0 up on Vesal Spahiu of Albania. Ali Nasser Al-Obeidi, he's 1-0 upon Oscar Dominguez, US Mosconi Cup player from a couple of months ago. Joshua Filler now 2-1 up on Alex Pagulayan. And Win from Vietnam is a really good player. He's 2-0 up on Hong Kong's Robbie Capito.
Rack 3. Roman Hubler to break. Scores are tied, 1 rack each.
One of the score, former world champion Torsten Homan, 3-0 up on Luong from Vietnam.
That's the thickest I've seen on a break where the player did succeed in making the 1 ball. But the thing, if you hit fatter, like so more thick, there's more transition of the backspin on the cue ball, which will put a little bit of topspin on the 1. So in that sense, a little thicker hit, you have a little more grip on the 1 ball. here for me a 2-rail kick shot for Zielinski. Easy speed.
Foul stroke. Ball in hand.
Well, I thought 2 rails, but then with a little more speed. Or if he, doing what he did here, he wouldn't need to go off of 2 rails. 1 would have sufficed.
And of course the foul was called because no object ball hit a cushion. The 2 was obviously very close, but the referee was right there.
Just drop this in. With 99% of professional players, you'll see a pause. So during their warm-up routine, a pause on the cue ball with their tip, and or a pause at the back. Roman Hubler very much a continuous movement. Really an exception there. Well, an exception, Mark Gray has that, which is actually always surprised me because he's a former snooker pro. He doesn't have that distinct pause that snooker players have.
Good potter, isn't he, Mark? And
Oh, yeah.
former Mosconi Cup player.
He's played a Mosconi Cup without missing 1 shot. Yeah.
Foul stroke.
As soon as he hit it, Roman Hubler knew it was gone.
Ball in hand.
It's a big miss. Let's see, probably thin on the 5. Yeah. Well, he hit it clean, but a pool table allows you to use the margin of the pockets, and in shots like these, you actually try to use a little bit. Hit it fat in the pocket, so to grip the cue ball more.
I know, Alex, I'm talking about the Mosconi a lot, but I know our viewers would love to get your insight. That table was brutal, wasn't it, in terms of how tight it was? And I thought, in particular, the middle pockets, they gave nothing, did they?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it made for good pool, or for exciting pool, let's say that. Yeah, and the man here at the table, Zielinski, one of the most likely Poles to be the first Pole on a Mosconi Cup team. He had a great year last year, and some people mentioned or messaged me, you have to pick him, get an Eastern European in, it's time for a Pole. He had a great year, but to give a wild card to young Zielinski, they went a bit far. But I think he'll be on the team within 2-3 years.
Yeah, absolutely right. You can never say things for certain. Players' lives take different directions. Players in all sports can lose form, but he's got plenty of class, and I would say it's a good likelihood he will make the Mosconi Cup team, definitely, and that would be a great thing. So many players from Europe to choose from, of course. It is an embarrassment of riches, the very definition of. By the way, Zielinski, one of the standard bearers for Polish pool in this tournament, and yesterday I think it was mixed for them. Mieszko Fortunski lost a match, and
Rack 4.
late
Bit to Zielinski to break.
last night, actually very early this morning,
to 1.
Wojciech Szewczyk was beaten by Imran Majid 9-8, having led 7-3. That match was the last off. It finished just after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, painful loss. Well, he's likely to bounce back. Master Chef, that's his nickname. Wojciech Szewczyk. one of 4 players to get to the quarterfinals in the World Pool Masters in 2012. The miracle of Kielce, and 2 Poles in the final. Skoverski beating Zielinski in that final, and Skoverski is in action in the next match on table 2 here.
Yeah, I was here for that World Masters. It was so well received, and it was, as you say, the perfect conclusion, really.
In that tournament, Shevchuk beat Nick Vandenberg. And Vandenberg, who's doing so well in this tournament, winning 2, having a day off today, he'll join me for commentary on that match, Skoverski versus Aranas, after this one.
Making mistakes, but look at this. The 4-ball he's friend.
Jump is easy, so what can Zielinski play for? To hit the left side of the 1, a jump carom, or a jump kiss shot where he plays the 1 into the rail into the 7. Oh, that's a lot of elevation. Nice. Makeable 2 to the side pocket. If he would elect to play it with check side with a little bit of left spin for a better angle on the 3, that would make that pot on the 2 a whole lot more difficult.
This is the kind of pot, had it been at Bally's in the Mosconi Cup, it would have been the equivalent of threading the eye of a needle. Now
to control the 2. Can't see the exact angle. Choose to hold to the cue ball there. Yeah, to get that bump, but with a little more speed. Now get the rest out and come off the left side. Oh, he doesn't need the rest. He can spin this and go in between the 4-8. Almost.
never seemed really comfortable on the shot. Not mentally comfortable, physically comfortable.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, with a player like Hubler without a pause, he's sort of constantly moving the cue, trying to create some sort of feel, maybe like a three-cushion player could do, where in pool what we see most is a real aiming technique where players pause and don't move and are in the process of aiming. So the way Hubler prepares his shot, there's not this one moment where he actually has it, where it clicks.
Table one now. Joshua Filler 3-2 up on Alex Pagulayan. It was 3-1. On table three, Tyler Steyer 2-1 up on Alexander Kazakis with a great chance of making it 3-1.
I'm thinking about Pagulayan, so I'm watching him on the side screen and I'm thinking, okay, what are his odds? Where is his game? I heard Jeremy Jones say that he's been playing so much pool in Louisville. And then for the people who really are into all disciplines of the game, Efren Reyes did so well there. And he's a lifetime hero and idol for Alex Pagulayan. So who knows what that might have done to Alex inspiration flying over here. I think it's there, actually.
Really good point. If you weren't keeping up with the Derby City Classic, Efren Reyes, 68 years of age now, got a very long way in the one pocket, finished third.
Third in a field of, I don't know, 350, 400 players.
Almost 500.
Almost 500 here.
Tony Chohan, the great one pocket specialist from Louisiana, ended up capturing that title.
Some tactics back and forth. You can clip it. Actually, with this angle, I'm not the best at clipping a ball over distance, but he can hit the right side of the 3, come back towards the 7. He wouldn't snooker Hubler, but it's playable, controllable, the 3. The thing he looked at Zielinski is to send the 3 with a straight back towards the 9. Now something else, looked at the cut. If you're in a bad spot, difficult safety, difficult pot, go for the pot. Beautiful, clean.
You know, the more I watch Q Sports, the more I am convinced about what I'm going to say now. It's not all about potting, but that is, of all the currencies, the most powerful. If you can pot, and Zielinski can pop them off the lampshades, what an asset. What an asset it is.
Yeah, it was a beautiful strike, and I spoke about professionals with a pause in their warm-up routine. Zielinski does not have that so much. It's very dynamic. Moved a little closer to the ball, shortened his bridge length over the past 2 years. Yeah, there was a beautiful cut shot by Zielinski.
Good to Zielinski,
He
wins the rack.
assessed, he considered, didn't see any sort of safety shot that he liked, and then chose to slice that 3 ball in.
You mentioned, Alex, that he came so close to winning so many tournaments last year. He did win the Las Vegas Open over in the States. He also won the Kamui Invitational. He's won 3 Euro Tour events. The one, as we said, when he was 16, the Treviso Open. He also won that event 4 years later, and last year won the Lascaux Open. So the CV is building nicely. But what a place it would be to make the major international breakthrough on home soil, winning the World Nineball. And let me tell you, he's one of the players who could win it. He's that good.
Oh, he's that, yes. Well, I'm thinking, if I think that his game is complete enough now, you know, all those second place finishes that he had in the States, plus that win in Vegas, they prove it.
Rack 5. Good to Zielinski to break, leading 3 racks to 1.
In the back his girlfriend, Ukrainian Daria Siranchuk. Very good player herself as well. Not the best of break-offs.
If you go by the seedings, Zielinski must have a wonderful chance. 7th seed.
Yeah, seedings in 9-ball pool. Do they count for that much?
No, I was just clutching at straws to make an even more powerful
Make it
point.
sound good, yeah.
Yeah.
one ball, most open off of the right side of the table. Now, I like playing this with stun. Yeah, he's hitting low on the cue ball.
Foul stroke.
Ooh. Pulled the trigger too quick there. Yeah, so he's still a little rough around the edges, Viktor Zielinski, and that he sometimes plays a shot where you really get the feeling that he didn't prepare it well enough. He two-stroked it, they say. Now Hubler didn't choose to open up the 4-9, tells us that that 4 goes to the side pocket. Didn't need to go to the short rail. Come up a couple of inches. Okay, this is good. The work is done. Still 6 balls to pot, of course. If you come to the World Championships thinking to have any chance of winning a couple of matches or maybe even make it to the last 16, these 5 balls can't afford to miss a chance here. Yeah, you can tell, oh, look what he did. Almost too far. It's not a jury sport. Hubler, very much a hard man on the table. He'll fight with everything he's got. Looking to win the 5th. With 2, for me, below par executions by Viktor Zielinski. On the break and the kick shot where he failed to contact the 1.
Yes, we've seen 3 different fouls, haven't we, from Zielinski so far in this match. It was the scratch, the failure to hit a cushion with the object ball, and their failure to escape from the hook. And that one cost him. Zielinski's lead reduced to 3-2. Joshua Fuller's lead on table 1 doesn't exist anymore. Alex Pagulayan was 3-1 down to the killer. Now it's 3-3. On table 3, Tyler Steyer 3-1 up on Alex Kazakis. I thought at times Steyer looked really solid in the Mosconi. I think he's going to be in that team for quite some years to come.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's a hard-working pro, and he's getting better. Every year he keeps progressing. So I don't think he would strike anyone as a pure talent, but it's irrelevant actually. You know, it's where you are in the game and where you manage to get. So in 5-6 years, I told the guys on my team, he's gonna be giving them big headaches.
He was the first person I saw when I arrived at Bally's. He was just coming out of the gym, and I asked him where the arena was, and he very kindly took me up there. But he's a hard worker, as you say, both in terms of practice and the way he looks after himself.
Yeah. It's not about necessarily about making big leaps in the game, in your own game. Most important is that you keep progressing and that you believe, or that the player believes, that he's on the right path. that the process is taking him to a better place. Someone that comes to mind also is, for example, Sanjin Peglivanovic, Bosnia and Herzegovina. He's not a raw talent, I feel, but over the past 3-4 years he keeps progressing. He keeps adding percentages to his game in regard to positional play, playing under pressure, cue ball control, defense, eliminating the odd mistake here and there. So many elements in the game to work on.
Now then, not a certain combination. Has to be worked out, this 3-9.
We saw 1-9 combinations, 2 combinations on the 9 yesterday between Krause and the Oi. You remember, the one by Oi was amazing, really. So much distance between the balls. This didn't look so difficult, so someone at home could think, why did he need so long to make it? He wanted to make it. That's why.
I interviewed Naoki Oi yesterday after his match, and he said basically that the combination he knocked in, which was risky,
oh yeah,
got him going.
Okay.
After that, he said he felt a lot better and went from strength to strength, because as you recall, early on he looked nervy, and he admitted to that.
Yeah, but overall he played a very nice game. I just spoke with Krause, his opponent in that match, and he was very impressed by Naoki Oi's play. He played some very nice kick shots. He showed a lot of knowledge, actually, the player from Japan in that match, and he's been around long, but you know, he has more tricks in his hat than some people give him credit for.
And for him, he was very serious in the interview as well, subdued. Yes, we got a few smiles out of him, and at the end a kiss to the camera and all that kind of stuff, but he's here on business.
Rack 7. Roman Hubler to break. Scores are tied, 3 racks each.
I think that below par break effort from Zielinski and then the missed kick shot in 2 breaks ago, they made a difference, because he had Hubler hanging in the ropes. He was in control of the match. That phase could easily make the difference between a 9-4 or a 9-7, either way.
Talk about being in control. Tyler Steyer now 4-1 up on Alex Kazakis. He's just spotted a really tricky 9-ball as Steyer in rack 5. Cue ball was deep in the jaws of the right-hand middle pocket. The 9-ball in mid-table, and he knocked it in sweet as a nut.
Yeah, he just won a big match in the States against John Mora. They played a 2-man tournament over 3 days. And they've been going at it for a while. They had a couple of encounters in the past, and now Tyler Steyer finally got him. Got a win over the Canadian. That's a big confidence booster as well. A lot of distance, but the 2-ball exposed here for Zielinski. He can hit the right side of the 2. So many balls to use here. Is there an opening between the 4 and 5? If not, Zielinski has a problem. Jump, probably to clear part of the 4. If he would need to clear the 5, that would be too risky. Still risky. If he lands right on top of the 2, the 2 ball might jump off. Wow. That's a nice roll.
The worst kind of flukes, the dead weight flukes.
Dead weight flukes, yeah. Yeah, because if it sits, that's the opener for Hubler to maybe take the lead from there. I like cutting this all the way, 3 ball, down table. Well, if you are comfortable doing that, then this is a much better shot. So in safety play, you make a choice often. Am I paying more attention to the cue ball or to the object ball? Cue ball safeties are better because you put them in tighter spots, the opponent. But more difficult and riskier, because if you sell out, you often leave the object ball exposed. But he has done well here, Zielinski.
As the week progresses, of course, the normal 30-second shot clock will be introduced. Right now, though, no restrictions.
It's all about clearing that 6. Shot. Now he'll jump again. The big chance that the group of balls around the racking spot will come into play again. Wow. Does it keep on rolling or does it dress up for Hubler? Don't see him do a lot for a better position on the 4. Just drop it in, leave an angle.
Sure.
Tyler Steyer, 5-1 up now on Alexander Kazakis. If you're watching this in Wisconsin or anywhere in the United States, you'll be delighted, no doubt, with that scoreline.
No problem.
He's just completed a very cheeky 7-9 combo down the left-hand rail. Right-hand rail as we're looking.
You can make it just high, trace of right spin. Get back approximately to where the cue ball is now for an angle to go around to 9 and 8. Depends on his reach, but I think for me the easiest speed would be to go all the way to the short rail. Stay away from the long rail on the left. come away from the long rail on the left. He's giving young Zielinski the seat treatment. He's beginning to dictate the flow of the match here. It lands nicely, lands perfectly actually. To the side. It was the jump that Hubler played when he was behind the 6 with the cue ball. That was a good, very difficult jump. Got rewarded. And now with this 9 in for a lead in this winners qualification match on day 2 in Kielce.
Roman Hubler wins the rack.
Yeah, 3 racks in succession for him, and for the first time, as Alex said, he's moved into the lead. He was 1-0, 3-1 down. Now though, Zielinski has got something to think about. Also, Zielinski, who finds himself 6-0 down to David Al-Qaidi on table 15. On the neighbouring table, Loho Sam 5-2 up on Emil Andre Gonflo. Naoki Oi, we've been talking about him. He's 4-3 up on Besar Spahiu from Albania. How about this for a scoreline? Daniel Masejol from Poland, 7-2 up on Ralph Suke, the world champion of 27 years ago.
Yeah, Marshall, the same category as Zielinski, just a little less known with the bigger audiences. Big talent, left-hander. Not as aggressive a player as Zielinski is. I think he's right behind Victor Zielinski.
Rack 8. Roman Hubler to break.
Hubler.
4 racks to 3.
The Czech with a 4-3 lead. Trying to find some sort of rhythm, some sort of momentum, but he needs the break to work. He needs shots. And it's there.
So I'm going to do one more rack with you, Alex, and then taking my place will be JJ. It's going to be a commentary meeting of the 2 Moscow Nikeb captains.
Worrying times for Zielinski. So I think every player's strength is his weakness at other times. So Zielinski's strength is his explosiveness and rhythm. He's not the best when it comes to being in the chair, being the nail. He's a good hammer. So this is a big test.
Yeah, I must admit, I've watched him play before, and when things aren't going well, he does have a face like thunder. You can tell he's just hating every moment when he's kept away from the table.
Now a lot of distance to cover with the cue ball for Hubler. 4 is up table, 5 is down table, then up again, then down again. The good thing for him is that that 7 is very playable. If that 7 would be 1 diamond to the left, it would change everything, but Hubler just about stopped in time. 1 rotation more and Zielinski would have made his way back to the table.
Yeah, and that almost expensive mistake wasn't created because he overhit the cue ball. It was because he cut the previous pot in slightly thinner than he wanted to.
And again, the cut shot, where it's so important how thick you make the ball. He's good. Come back, even one diamond, that would be enough.
(6-1) Steyer over Kazakis. How about that?
Steyer's on fire. Yeah, he's on a good run. Now he fell a little bit to the left with the cue ball instead of drawing straight back. So I don't know if he can roll and just spin to come around to 9. Well, he's still good. It's a big difference if you can play this ball with a rolling cue ball and right spin, opposed to having to stun it or drag it. Whatever you do, stay above the 9, don't come down too far. Oh, that's good. Yeah, he was a bit, sorry Phil, he was a bit shaky in the beginning, Hubler. But that's all behind him now. He's well in control.
Yeah, I agree. This could be a Roman conquest. 5-3, 4 racks on the trot for the man from the Czech Republic. So I'll say my farewells for now. I'll be back later on in the day, of course, and allow Jeremy Jones to take this microphone.
A Roman conquest. There's only one Phil Yates. He's making his way. 5-3. Zielinski. A little lapse of concentration, the young Paul. And that incentivized Roman Hubler. Makes it interesting. From here, 5-3 for me against Zielinski. It's still an even money match. But it does mean that Zielinski can't allow himself to make any more of those unnecessary mistakes. JJ's here. Good to have you.
Hello, Alex. Looks like a pretty solid match.
Yeah, so what happened, I think it was 3-2 for Zielinski, or even 3-1. A poor break. Not just a dry break, but poor execution. And then in the same rack, a poor kick shot. He two-stroked it, missed the one ball, gave away ball net. And from there, Hubler is dictating the pace in the match. So it's going to be interesting to see the response from Zielinski, whenever that might be, the next rack or in 3 racks.
Roman Hubler to break.
Yeah, Zielinski, you've watched him much more than I have, but I've had my fair share in the last year or so, and occasionally he will pull the trigger kind of quick on some shots. Interesting player, though. He gets down kind of with the cue moving, which, you know, it's not terrible or anything, but just a little different, I think. Some guys kind of come into the shot and then start the cue moving a little bit. But if Hubler, a very capable player, if he gets shots, he can certainly win this match.
Oh yeah, look at this. Not easy, being so close to the 2.
Yeah, from what I've seen, though, been pretty consistent with the one on the side.
Yeah, what I saw, he moves the cue ball in a little bit. So a little more frontal, quite a bit of backspin on the cue ball.
Yeah, Coe's another one yesterday that I mentioned. He moves the cue ball, you know, in a cue ball's width or so.
Yeah.
You don't see that from most of the guys. They go to the corner of the box. But again, also Ko Ping-yi was very consistent with the one on the side. Lots of interesting matches going on. Tyler Steyer kind of putting on a clinic after an early missed 8-ball in the second game from Alex Kazakis. I didn't really see him to the table much. Look what Alex Pagaline's doing on the main table. 5-5, I believe, with Filler.
Yeah, I was talking with Phil, and I was wondering maybe I can really imagine Pagaline making the flight over here, being really incentivized by Efren's run at the Derby.
Well, his own run, he finished 3rd in the 9-ball, so he's got probably as much form as we've seen in a big event in a long time. Yeah, and Efren inspired all of us. I think it was something special to watch, and I think he really could have won the event. Just a few things down the end got away, and he of course playing some great players. Kind of slapped at that one. Didn't really strike the cue ball so cleanly, and that's easy to do on banks and kicks, it seems like.
Yeah, Hubler is a little bit like Zielinski. You said Zielinski comes down and he's immediately moving the cue. They both don't have a real distinct pause.
Yeah, Zielinski though, very talented. Plays a lot of simple pool, which I like. You know, his run at the International could have won that easily, I thought. Jason Shaw wouldn't be to be denied, but I really like a lot of his one rail position. I see very efficient at times where guys would go 2-3 rails. Seems like he likes the one rail position a lot.
Yeah, I think Federer does the same.
Yeah.
Choosing 1 instead of 2.
Yeah, and I think there's merit. I mean, you know, a lot of times it's what your instinct is telling you, and don't question it so much. That's why I definitely know this is a sport. Instinct is so big.
Yeah, but maybe it's also how pure you strike the ball. I'm not a pure ball striker, so I'm using myself as a reference. I'm not a pure ball striker, so often I'll stay away from the one rail position because I feel like it's risky to put a hair of side spin on.
Right.
I mean, you can play the one rail position, go forward, if you hit the cue ball clean.
Sure. The one thing about Zielinski at a young age, and young has a lot to do with it, but really good under the pressure, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's really a beast. One that thrives under pressure. Was the youngest Euro Tour winner. Won the final in 29 minutes when he was 16.
Wow.
Victor Zielinski wins the rack.
But the layer that we're working on adding to his game is to become more all-round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being able to take a little more time. So what you do a lot, you become good at. So if you're always playing quick, it's difficult in a safety position or kicking or push out to step back and take more time.
Yeah, that's something I deal with a lot with players, and making them understand. Everyone almost had to go through that. It's not a new thing for them. You know, I wasn't always a methodical kind of, you know, player like that. It took me a while. And what happens is your nerves. You get more nervous at first when you make those changes, and it's easy to set it aside. You just have to stick to it, basically.
Yeah, well, the main question is, do you like money?
Well, yeah. But I mean, these guys can win. They're so talented, right? At times without improving so consciously, I guess. Yeah.
Well, maybe from the outside that's what it looks like, but especially in Zielinski's case, you know, he won that final when he was 16. And then, you know, a couple of years later, he's thinking, okay, where are the big wins?
Yeah, of course.
Right,
Yeah, it's not going to happen all the time, of course, right?
Victor Zielinski to break.
You know, the super talented guys,
Five
you know,
racks to
like
4.
Filler, for instance, right? Probably didn't get enough credit about his tactical, but you could say at times it got the best of him, but he could still win events, just, you know. But now the game's changed, I think. I think you are going to find matches where that part of the game is super crucial, and it's going to almost come up in every event now, the way the rules are and the tables and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, but Filler has worked hard on that part of his game. He's made a big transition in 3-4 years.
Yeah, I was speaking more of 3 or 4 years ago when he did win U.S. Open, World Nineball.
Yeah, in a way, it's pity we don't see that Filler anymore.
Yeah.
It's
See
like
it a little
someti-
more when he's starting to close matches, I think. Kind of like a Skyler. He picks
Yeah.
up the speed a little bit when he's closing the matches out. I think he can drag this maybe. No, he's got to play the safety.
That's loose.
Yeah. And just being a little more conscious of what he wanted to really do, I think, makes that shot get a lot better quickly.
Still a horrible position for Hubler. I think he has a safety hitting the 2 ball on the right, running into the 8, as long as that 2 ball doesn't hit the 6.
Yeah, he's got to cut it, and he's got to do it lightly from some distance. One of the shots that the players aren't in love with usually gets a little bit out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, well, what you do a lot you become good at, so it depends what you practice or what you play.
Yeah, but pool is so dynamic that you can't cover them all. I mean, it's just the
Yeah.
shots are going to come up to where, you know, it's not something you're practicing. Like object ball control. You know, you practice that, right? But there's still going to come up situations where you have to really just go with feel. Going to need a little roll here.
Even though it didn't work out, you know, he didn't like the roll shot. So he really refused to play a shot he didn't like. Could have worked out.
Yeah, he opened up a little bit of a problem with the 4 near that side and the rail. Oh, a rare miss that's going to work out anyways. But
Second fluke from Zielinski in this match. So draw back a little bit off of the 3, cut to 4, but then what? He's looking at his route, his options.
yeah,
If there's some room, I would like to force from here instead of letting the cue ball loose on the 4. He's looking at a rail first shot.
yeah, the rail first. I mean, if you're confident, it's not too tough with straight high ball. No side spin really. Yeah, that way you can crawl up the table a little bit. He's going to love this.
Yeah, can play to the corner.
And you could see even when he released that, he kept like a mean eye on that 4 ball as it went
Yeah.
up to the corner. So definitely not settled. A lot of pressure on the kid, though.
Oh, to perform here, yeah, good point.
yeah.
Good point. He's on the poster. He's the poster boy.
And it's got a little funny. I don't really think he has to check the ball, but probably wants to a little bit. That way he doesn't flirt with the side at all. Yeah, just a hair of inside.
Inspiring ball striker, Zielinski.
Mr. Zielinski wins the round.
Well, that's one thing I like about really all the Polish players. They're all a little different, of course. That's how Pole is, but very athletic at the table. Not really steering the cue much. He's going to take his time out. Pretty smart, I think.
Yeah, 5-5. He's trying to take control over this match, Zielinski. Hubler is a real fighter. Nobody in Europe would be surprised for the Czech to take this match to 7-7, 8-8.
And I saw Hubler when I played at many of the big events, of course, being the top player from back then, I think, Czech player. But then it seemed like, of course, I wasn't playing all the events, I was just working them mainly, but it seemed like he took a little hiatus from playing there for a little bit, maybe. Maybe he still played the Euro Tours, but I didn't see him at as many big events as I did for a spell. I guess he's probably early 40s.
Yeah.
Was a very aggressive player at one point. Just
Him aggressive. In getting in people's faces.
well, just attacking as well. I did see a little bit of an aggressive manner, but also I thought he played pretty aggressively as well. Never got to catch him in a tournament as far as playing him, but
He got to the World Championships last 16 on 3 occasions, so that tells you something.
all kinds of great matches going on.
Excuse me, can I
Alex
just-
Dyer is the one that stretched it out, but Alex Pagulayan and Josh Filler knotted at 6 apiece. Kind of figured that was going to be a great one, I thought, with Alex having some form.
Yeah, it's nice to see him in good form.
Yeah, Alex still, the last several years, when he got the first shot down, he was still very tough, but it didn't seem to come with the long shot as much for many years like we're used to.
Mm-hmm.
And now it seems like he's getting that back, and that's a big part of it. You know, there's a lot of players out there, once they get that first shot down, you know, if they get one to get them in line, they're super solid, but if the ball's laid tough on the first opening, that's where the separation really comes in.
Yeah, good point.
Like Al-Kaidi, for instance, I mean, he's solid all over, don't get me wrong, but you could see a little separation between maybe him and Ruiz on the first shot.
Oh,
kinda
yeah,
thing. And
yeah.
then, but when David gets that shot down, super solid with the cue ball. in every
Yeah, he has
decision
a
after.
good cue ball. He's a better mover, stronger defensive game than FSR. That's why I think, you know, for a format like shorter races, a lot of heat, I like Al-Kaidi. I wouldn't necessarily say I like him over FSR, because FSR is still red hot. But he's just a very complete player, Al-Kaidi.
Okay.
Yeah, today we'll have our final 64 come the end of the day, so the tournament will change in a few ways come tomorrow. Races to 11, you gotta love it. Your player, right?
Yeah.
And the single elimination.
Yeah, even though a race to 9 with this breaking format doesn't feel
Thank you, rack
Terrible.
11.
no, it doesn't feel terrible. There's a lot of
Victor
play in
Zielinski
one
to
match.
break. Scores are tied, 5 racks
Yeah, I
each.
You know, and I'll tell you the truth. Sitting here doing all those matches on commentary, you know, you sometimes hope for a quick one. They
It's
don't
rare.
come.
It's
It's
rare.
rare. They
Yeah.
don't come around to 9-2,
Yeah.
9-3.
Yeah, it's probably something special if it does. So, guy that a player just put a lot of racks together and just played a pretty flawless match. Took a lot of speed off there, and we had. I don't know if you noticed a warning in Alex's match on a light break, and I guarantee that would have got a warning from Marcel.
Who
So-
was the culprit in the other match?
Well,
Alex?
It was Alex, but Alex has seemed 3 times harder than that one right there to me. I mean, you know, of course it wasn't, but that's what it seemed. Something awkward you see in 10 ball every now and again, where the balls all end up on one side of the table. Very rare in 9 ball. Not much worries, just needs a little separation in the ball. That's ooh, okay. That's what I would have worried about a little bit.
Yeah, well, he is getting rolls. He
Yeah.
had 2 flukes in this match, and this one here, this could have turned out worse.
Yeah, I thought he would hit it with a little more speed, only knowing he was so open with the cue ball
Yeah.
coming across, right? So
Just to be sure.
yeah, absolutely. And now he's gotten where he's going to have to play thin unless he, you know, I don't know. It's a type of shot that may spread if he really wants to go 3 rails, kind of zigzag,
Or
4
what
rails
he,
inside.
What he could have done, like low right and unleash and
That's
go
what
long,
I mean, zigzag.
long,
yeah,
yeah. 3
past the
times.
side, 3 rails, zigzag. Yeah.
I think that was the nicest shot to play.
Yeah, if you understand it, you just hit the ball clean.
It's almost, you're happy you get to play that shot, because finally you get to unleash a little bit.
Yeah, it should be okay here. It's just the speed for the cue
Oh,
ball.
yeah.
Oh, he's going to hit the 4. So a little fortunate it bounced up for a reasonable shot.
Well, a little fortunate. He's getting his shares of fortune throughout the whole match, yeah. But hey, it's not a jury sport. Just get it done.
Absolutely. You never know when it'll turn, right? It's only going to be 6-5 if it gets out here. Now make sure you hit this well. It'll come short of the side to the rail. Oof.
Wow. So that tells us that the pockets are not really tightening up yet.
No, it's odd. It's almost like the good stroke helped him a little there. I think if he hits a little punchier, that ball probably hangs.
Zielinski wins the rack.
Winning ugly.
Thank
Zielinski just trying to make it work.
And this is the qualify, correct?
Yeah, winner's qualification. Players, all players here are generally hard on themselves. It's difficult to be content, right? You're in the chair, you look to bring your A game or something close to it, above average at least.
Yeah, it's a funny sport. You know, you're out there, but you have to be your caddy, your coach. You have to do a lot of things besides just knock the balls in. But you know, Hubler, if you told him he was 6'5", right, he'd feel pretty good, you know, ahead of the match if he was at 6'5".
Yeah.
Trailing or not trailing.
Yeah, he's been in this position a lot against better players. You know, the scenario where the better player fails to run away in the beginning, in the first half hour,
Leading 6 racks
and
to
then
5.
he fortifies his grip on the match.
And he's pulled the cue ball in as well. It's always fascinated me how the players warm up with such fast pre-strokes, only to lighten up. It doesn't make sense to me.
No, well, actually, Zielinski came to me a couple weeks back, 2 months back, and we worked on a break, and I suggested he would slow down
The pre-strokes.
his action just to be precise, because he has that length and leverage. He doesn't need to pump to create speed.
Yeah.
Just to be more precise.
Yeah, I always kind of remind them, you know, my neighbor knows you're breaking the balls, so speed is coming. You know, my neighbor don't play pool at all. You know what I mean? The break shot in pool is power. So it doesn't, you know, just remind yourself that, you know, he's a great player. It's speed will be there. Difficult roll out here. They always are.
If he puts the cue ball on the right side, he gives Hubler many options.
You may bump the 7 here if you're going to drop to the in rail right there and tie that pocket up for the 7. Makes the cut on the 3 not so nice.
I would like, being Zielinski, play a push for something thin.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, but maybe I would still lock the
sure.
pocket on the
Listen, if you can, you should. Anytime you give your opponent choice, you put yourself at a disadvantage, so you don't want to leave an open table.
Roman, your choice.
Well, this is a little bit too close to the short rail for Hubler to accept it, I think. He'll give it back.
Yeah, he's got to make a pretty great shot as far as he could bank the 3, 2 rails kind of below the 8 and 9. There are gaps there. Maybe come on to the 6 with the cue ball. Take a nice hit, but doable.
Yeah, it's doable, but even if you play that difficult shot,
Control
even if you succeed, you're not leaving like a very difficult 3-ball to get to. So the value of playing the risky shot is not so high. He's looking at your shot though.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, the 8 and 9, there's not a ton of balls to like bury you behind. He could end up getting behind the 7 if you give up a piece of the 3, but not terrible to just roll onto the 6 like that and take your chance right there, right? From where he was, I'm saying.
From where he was, yeah, good shot. Hit it nice.
Yeah, and he could hit it a few different ways and still get the 3 fairly maintained. I think all things considered, a not a bad pass by any means, but I think a pretty
Well,
well thought out rollout.
A good pusher, yeah. So I'm thinking he can be proud of himself, of how he got through the previous wreck, how he's about to win this safety battle, or not.
Yeah, early in the game, the guys kick so well, the players. I would like to come 2 rails at this versus 1, but you know, it's all about how well you feel about hitting the ball.
And what would you play 2 rails?
Right side rail and rail
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. And then to hit on the left or the right side, or
full, I think.
any of the 2.
Full, pretty much. The problem is you can't get too cute.
Yeah.
You know, you may not get a rail if you play at a lighter speed. And
Yeah,
you got to
like
consider the 4 is still tough.
Impact plus 5 diamonds, sort of.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Even if you went to the back rail, it's not terrible, or the bottom rail, rather. The only thing is, you know, the 4's tough, but it's still very playable if you get underneath it. I think this way, he's got a lot of ways to really get a good snooker, 2 rails, but I just don't see a real good snooker this way.
Yeah, he looked at it, changed his mind.
Right. Came away okay.
Yeah, so with that result, I say 7-7. If this is how the match is going.
Well, the thing is, the luck can change. I mean, that's why you got to stick to it. Alex Pagline on the main table now, up 7-6 and shooting.
I don't know if I would jump from here. I don't know what to jump to. If I would jump, I would hit the 3 on the right side and try and make the cue ball go up and back down again.
It's not a terrible 1 rail kick, though, to the top rail.
No, I'm saying there's
Yeah.
a lot of value there for me.
Yeah, this one, usually when you bank it, this ball wants to spread big time. Oh, he cut it, so he may fluke this.
Third one. Third to...
Well, I'll tell you, he didn't fluke it, but he left it tough to get on the 4.
Yeah, that's the value of bumping that 7 when he played the push.
Yeah, it's like any sport. When you're behind, and at a professional level, you're definitely behind if you have to roll out. You're always trying to lengthen the game, right?
Yeah.
I liked his play here, even though he didn't get the position he wanted, trying just to accept the combination. Cross corner bank from here,
Or
not
whatever
terrible.
comes, he didn't try something adventurous.
Yeah, it's hard to predict when that ball's so deep, trying to do too many things, especially with speed.
So you would probably bank this,
Probably, if I felt like
but would you like Hubler to bank it?
I don't know his bank game. Most of the 9-ball players have great instincts on the banks, though. Sometimes they just kind of question it a little bit. They don't realize how good they bank.
Yeah, good point.
I don't mind the combination, to be honest with you. The only problem I have with the combination is you don't want to hit it light. And is the 4 going to move?
Ooh, he's not looking at the Karen, right?
No, there's no position there. Because you have to hit this super thin, so the 4 won't develop. I like the combo, I think. Well, he went for the safety, and you can't argue that.
Oh, this has worked out great. Nice shot. Nice shot. Had to play with stun run through. Made it a little harder.
And he's got to swerve this a bit, I think. Put a lot of inside there. I don't know if he was really trying to use the 8 and 6 as much as maybe the 9 and 6, but still.
So swerving and trying to get right behind that 4 short rail.
This is where you can't worry about the 4 going all the way down. Now
Good
he
shot.
hit it really nice.
Good shot. Beautiful safety battle in a crucial moment, crucial phase in this match. Off of the right side, he has 1 rail or 2, but then he can still roll and play 2 rails.
Yeah,
But he would clip the 4.
on the slick table, the side pocket looks like it's right in the way for natural on the right side rail, so he'll have to manipulate it a little bit, I think. Of course, the tables aren't sliding quite as much as we probably anticipated, so.
I think rolling with right, he can clip it, but it's tight. I wouldn't dare to play it without stun. Yeah, so he's stunning. Good hit.
Left it kind of goofy, even though it's not a hard shot. Seven's a little bit of something in his mind. I'll try and draw the ball, so watch out for the 9-ball coming across.
And look how Zielinski, if he's going to do it again, so he comes down on the shot moving.
Yeah, I noticed that more at the international, and it's something that you just don't see a ton, and especially as much movement. You know what I mean? A mild movement, one thing, but he has quite a bit. Oh, nice selection here. And he's going to have to make a great shot on the 5.
Now, he's a great shot maker, but he has looked a little bit fragile in this match.
Yeah, I think he thought the cue ball would be about a half a diamond higher right there. And you couldn't blame him if he went forward and played the 6-8. You really couldn't. It makes the pocket a little bigger. He's got a great top English stroke anyways. And certainly if he tries to draw back a little bit, could be a very missable ball. Oh, yeah, what a nice stroke there.
Yeah. Nice. Trusted his gut in the end. He did consider the 6-8.
Yeah, well, that was that top English stroke I was talking about. I've seen a lot from the kid. And what people don't realize, a lot of players, is they think a roll your ball stroke is just the light ones. Where they don't realize a lot of the heavier strokes actually are kind of roll your ball strokes. Oh.
Well, he's still good.
Oh, this is on the other half of the pocket, so got to pay attention to the cue ball. Definitely has a little left spin maybe. He made that easily. Zaka's trying to make a little comeback after trailing 7-1.
7-1, yeah. 7-4 now. Played this a little bit nonchalant, that 8-ball. Of course, he's good enough. There was a big game there. Doubles his lead. Hubler is taking a timeout.
Is he allowed to on the other person's inning?
Thank you.
Yeah, rule-wise you can.
Yeah.
Big game there.
Yeah, 4 in a row as well.
Did many things right, Zielinski. Worked hard. And knowing him, he'll be a little bit negative. He has this tendency to be very hard on himself. But this is just one of those matches, right? It's the World Championship in your home country. You got to make it work somehow, and he's doing so nicely. 7-5 up, breaking.
Yeah, we're in a sweet spot here. We get to watch all 3 of these matches going on the main 3 tables. Alex Pagulayan messed up on the rollout there. Snookered himself trying to tie the 5 and 8 up. If you're watching the main match, jump shot now coming. Watch out, Nineball. And I think a player like Alex, Pagulayan, myself, you know, if I was still playing, I'd get inspired by these rules. That would be like ideal, right?
Oh, sure, yes. Fewer runouts, more moving, more defense, more tactics.
Yeah, I think it's just more difficult runouts is the main thing.
Also, yeah.
That's why I like Shane so much when the balls lay tough. He's probably the greatest I've ever seen when they lay tough.
Yeah.
Of course, Efren was pretty darn good too when they laid difficult.
Yeah, Shane likes to come with big shots.
You know.
I think probably in your practice room during Mosconi Cup, that's all he's doing, playing big shots.
Yeah, he and I gotten a little more trust on some things to where you're not gonna like go too far with Shane, but working thoughts more about his backswing and different things about his transition and yeah, he likes to power balls in for sure.
Yeah,
you
but
know.
also in practice. I
Yeah,
mean, all the time.
Yeah, but he's
Kazakis,
almost like powering them in now with a better stroke. It's weird, right? He still wants to shoot balls off the in rail a lot, do things like that.
Yeah.
Long shots.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah, he's much calmer, and his bridge length has shortened over the years.
yeah.
He doesn't need like I don't know, 5 years ago. He sort of needed to get really dynamic on the warm-up strokes to find that high gear, and now he can play his high gear without that, without totally unleashing. He's more controlled.
Yeah, I went back and watched some of his matches before the Derby, and one of the main ones I watched a couple times, was the Euro Tour win over Kachi there in Holland, and I told him that before, go watch this, because I know he'd been fishing, you know, that's his time of the year to go fishing, and I said go watch that match, and I think he did, and he really liked what he saw going into that Derby, and really applied it on the big table there, the 10-footer. Played really, really well, and then went on to lose in the final of the Nineball.
Thank you. Rack 13.
7-5, Zielinski up.
Leading 7 racks to 5.
Is he going to dispatch Hubler, or is this going to be a Hubler fight? 7-7, 8-8. Let's watch that movement. Is it dynamic or is he controlled?
He's gonna love this.
Yeah, beautiful result.
Yeah, the 3-4-5 grouped at the top end with an easy shot here on the 2.
So he had a little pause after his warm-up strokes. Compared to other players, it was nothing, blink of an eye. For him, this was apparently enough.
Yeah, and I've actually seen it a few times when playing the ball, just out in the open in the middle of the rack. Not the biggest fan of the pause at the back end of the stroke myself. I think there is a way to use it in some good ways, but the pause at the front, I think is very essential.
All the players have it at the front, and some players have 2.
Yeah. And it's funny, I was kind of wondering when, you know, the players that don't have it, it might catch up on them at times. And I've seen it now with a few.
Who doesn't have a pause at the front?
Oh, there's actually more than you think. Shaw, he never really stops the cue. Very rarely stops the cue. Now his are harder to, because it's shorter, right? With the shorter bridge, it's
fewer
tighter.
things. Yeah, so he would be a little like Mark Gray. I don't know if you remember how Mark Gray plays.
Yeah, I remember Mark Gray for sure. And that ball kind of reversed off on the second rail, so he's going to get a little thinner maybe than he desired.
This is a horrible shot. Or horrible, you know, he's in a good position. But off of the rail, slow roll with the trace of left.
Yeah, just know you can go all the way almost to the 6. Don't try to hold it too much. Got a little thick, helped the cue ball. Robbie Capito, another player that never really stops the cue.
Okay.
Cue ball. Big talent from Hong Kong, originally the Philippines.
And of course, Efren has a pause.
He has the most unique. He has a pause and then he pumps one more time and goes. So, but watch a few years ago when, of course, he was out of his prime. But when he wasn't pausing, he struggled big time. And I think Efren's is very unique because he's been doing it since, you know, he was itty bitty. Is what I would guess. Yeah, and really every sport has it. If you really look at least the sports I know, anyways, almost every one of them have a pause before the final act.
Yeah, or a transition, transition.
Well, it's hard to pay attention to because a lot of them are action sports. They're moving, right? So Little cleaner here.
Yeah, well, a little cleaner. He overcooked that first draw shot. He took time. It's a good example. So he had a beautiful layout. He had a straight into. Was thinking, preparing, taking time, and then still misplayed that draw shot actually. So this is something you spoke about before. If you learn to take more time, it can make you nervous if you're not used to it.
Yeah. Maybe just one of the better struck balls, and he didn't anticipate just because he's had a little bit of a funny match.
Well, he's okay now. He's in a winning position. Can't let his guard down though.
No, and Filler's gotten back to the table after a big safety battle there in game number 15. It looks to draw to 8-7 and breaking. Two former world Nineball champions. Now 7-5 with Tyler Steyer and Alex Kazakis.
Yeah, that's
Rack
a big
14.
shot right there for Steyer.
Victor Zielinski to break. On the hill, leading 8 racks to 5.
So, last break for Zielinski. Take it easy on that backswing. Okay, looks repetitive. It looked like the preparation of the previous break.
Yeah, it looked better than the last, I thought. The transition anyways.
Yeah, a little bit, but basically the same speed.
Yeah, for sure. And what's he do here with the safety? I doubt he takes on the combo. Can shave this ball.
Yeah.
I think that's the percentage. Just don't try to come up
Shave,
on the ball.
You mean the cue ball towards the 4.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you can also play the 2 towards the 4.
Absolutely, you can. I think there's the gap between the 7-8, and I also think there's a 3-rail kick there. If you shave the 2, you don't think about coming back up on the balls.
Yeah, he looked at shaving. Now he's looking at putting the 2 ball there.
Yeah, either okay.
Yeah, but shaving could be a little harder, like technically, you know, if it's not on or if you don't feel it.
Yeah, it's a more nervy shot for sure. But as long as you don't worry about coming back up on the balls, that's the key. A lot of the guys, they want to get back on them because of the jump cue, I understand. But if you just laid the 2 over and put him on the back rail, he's going to have to make one heck of a jump just to try and hit the ball, first off.
I think he's playing the 2 now.
Yeah. Either's okay. I think just this leaves a little more of a kick shot. I think that is okay.
Yeah.
But again, the 3 up table.
Yeah, so Hubler needs to play 2 rails and he needs to play with speed.
Yeah, if he makes it, he should glance off the 4.
Yeah, and run into the 8.
Yeah. And with speed, he may not even run into the 8. He may go by the 8 more towards the center of the table.
So would you play, say, medium speed, hit the 4, hit the 8, or blast it? I think I would blast it from here.
Yeah. I hate to lose accuracy. I think I would, you know, hit it as firm as I could where I felt like I still stayed accurate. Because making the 2 is the main thing here. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can kick out of it maybe, whatever, but you hate to go down whiffing at this ball, you know. Center ball's okay as well if you feel like you can hold the line better. And that's a lot of times.
I think even stun draw, like if you tighten the exit of the cue ball, it gives you a little bit of a bigger ball coming off the second rail.
Yeah. Either stun or draw, because it holds the line better. At a harder speed, you're going to feel better about it. Nice. I think that's okay.
This was 1, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's fighting.
He had 1 rail.
Maybe anticipating the cue ball to spread, but like I said, center ball, it really holds the line much better on the slip table. Can he not cut this?
Yeah, he can, but then what?
Yeah.
He's running into the 6.
You can't really get below the 4 where he's at now. No route for that. I think you got to lay the 3 up on the side rail here using the 5. Got to keep it simple.
Or he's in a difficult spot, yeah? He could also look at cutting with no spin. Make sure to overcut and come down to the short rail. So where he would give him something on the 4.
Yeah, I think he has to put a little inside on that, Alex. It's a little thicker than to the pocket. Now, it's thin for him because where he's at. But to the pocket, it's thicker, the hit.
He was in a tough spot, but
Absolutely.
I'm sure he's not happy with what he tried there or how he tried it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to cut it to get above to where he could 3-rail safety the 4 around the table.
Yeah. I like the overcut, but at a different speed, obviously.
I thought he might just keep it simple and trying to, like I said, lay the 3 on the side rail and use the purple. Just a little contact on the 7, a hair, just like barely touch it to make sure you get the snooker when kind of banging the 4 round table.
Yeah, and important here. Well, banging the 4, it's very difficult always for a player to not make that 4 end up near a rail. Interesting.
Yeah. Now the one thing he did, he moved the cue ball down to where cueing 3 rails underneath this ball is difficult. So he may go to the top rail. And it gives him a good chance, or at least more of a chance of pocketing the 4.
I like the other snooker a little better, I think.
I did too,
Sending
myself.
the 4 ball up table.
Especially, like I said, you usually get a good feeling to cannon into the
Yeah.
7 just a little to bump it up.
With
right?
the chance to glue the cue ball.
Yeah.
So with this, with the hair of right spin, if he goes to the left of the 6. I wouldn't even really play it to make it this. You know, it's all in the speed. He has a big chance to resave or to at least not leave an open shot.
Yeah, he overspun
Foul
it.
stroke.
And I think if he could cue it better, I like 3 rails underneath it with the 7, 8, 9 the way they laid. If you hit the 3rd rail underneath,
yeah.
you're going to stay on this bottom end of the table, right?
Yeah,
but
if he could cue it.
yeah, Zielinski moved the cue ball just enough to make the cueing a little awkward going that direction. But you almost guarantee the hit that way as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, if you Nineball, of course, but 3 cushion like you brought up yesterday, come underneath that ball, cue ball's going to stay on this end of the table. Just wasn't enough room to get underneath it.
So Zielinski looking to book his spot in the last 64. A good match. I think he can take away a lot from this match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some unforced errors, lapse of concentration like in the first half. And then good grinding and good shot selection to regain control.
And the mental side of the game is pretty incredible when you don't play your best and you win. It's a lot easier to be constructive with yourself and, and realize what's going on.
Of course. Then if you end up on the losing side. He had his rolls, 2 flukes, a couple of positional fortunes. But in the end, deserved the winner. Viktor Zielinski advances to the last 64. Hubler from Czech has a last chance on the left side of the board. We'll be back later. Skoverski, the 2012 World Pool Masters champion, against Filipino James Aranas.
pool table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aranas tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aranas range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aranas, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Perfect. Thank you.
Table 2.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Last ball. He needs to practice. Would you pass it? Yes. Sorry, I have to squeeze from here. Thank you. Do you know where the X1 is?
Huh?
Do you know where the X1 is?
I do not.
They say to the refs, do we know where the X1 is? Thank you. Is the X1 here for the clean? Do you need it after, or you've done?
No.
Okay, thank you. This is to Brendan. When I finish with this one, I'll leave it on my table. Give me a second, yeah? This is to loop. We're ready to start on table 2, so just give me a signal. Okay, I'll start right on time then. Thank you. Production just said another 6 minutes before we start. Production said 6 minutes before we start. We'll start at 1:15. No, it's only that 5 minutes per player. I need your jacket and your scarf over there on that chair so they're not visible on TV. But,
Bring it there.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. This is to Brendan. I need Brendan on table 2 if possible. No for Brendan. turn it off.
Match 2 on table 2 on day 2. Karel Skoverski, the winner of the Miracle of Kielce in 2012. He won the World Pool Masters.
Receiving.
He's playing against James Aranas from the Philippines. I'm here together with Nick Vandenberg. Welcome, Nick, and congrats with your 2 victories yesterday.
Thanks, Alex. Looking forward to this match. It's in the losers round, so the loser goes home.
Yeah, big difference there. Karel Skoverski lives around the corner.
Yeah, you were talking about that World Pool Master tournament 11 years ago. Almost a little over 10 years. I remember that tournament.
Yeah, you lost to Shevchik, right?
No, I lost to Skoverski. In the semi-final. I was down 5-0. I made 5-5, made one I missed one critical shot, and I lost 8-5.
Yeah, he was playing great that tournament. So you beat Shevchik in the quarters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Good break here. Made the 1 ball. Position on the 2.
How big is that in the beginning of the match to immediately get an open table?
No.
Yeah, if you can get a nice lead and put some pressure on your opponent in the losers round, you don't want to go home, right? So win the first 2-3 racks.
like to get in straight enough on the 3. There's room to go 3 rails from the 3 in between the 8 and 9, but he would prefer not to.
Yeah, this is the spot where he doesn't want to be, right?
Yeah, this is not straight enough and not angled enough. It might be, no, it might be okay.
He might draw into the 5.
Okay, looks like he's trying to hold it. And it's an open opportunity that has gone astray for Skoverski, one of the 13 poles in this World Championship.
Cue ball here is on the rail, so it's tough to play position. You can choose to roll it in or play jacked up because the ball is in front of the pocket. He surely will make it, but I think he might try to go in between the 5-9. No, underneath the 9.
Yeah, it's sometimes difficult to read the exact angles from a monitor.
We saw Aranas losing to Kopinji after winning 3-1 on the TV table. And Skoverski had a 9-8 loss.
Nice. Wants some angle and he has it. So he can choose to go forward to the long rail. Taking his time, it's the opening rack, but also it needs attention. We'll need to get back to the 8 ball from the 7.
Yeah, he was straight in on that 5 ball, or else he could have played position near the short rail for the 6 for position on the 7. Now he has to go like 2 rails to get the shape on the 7. Good shot.
Yeah, this is fine. I wrote, I think on social media, you wrote that you're struggling a little bit with tight pockets.
Yeah, true. I don't practice at tight pockets. We don't have one in the pool room, so I had to get used to it a little bit. But it's getting better every day.
It's funny or interesting how you come here with little expectations.
Yeah,
maybe bigger.
None expectations.
Well, yeah, that's nice. And you're playing with the new cue.
Yeah, I've been using a new cue for a week now, and I always played with a wooden shaft, and now I changed to full carbon, which plays totally different. And knowing myself, as soon as I hit that first rack in the championships, I was like, I want to go back to wood because that's what I trust.
Yeah.
But what I did, I left my cue at home, my other cue, on purpose, so I couldn't change back. Yeah. And it's paying off because I feel that I'm playing better and better every match, every rack.
Yeah. So you're playing with the Go cue. He's a Dutch cue maker.
Yeah.
Just carbon cues, but me knowing you, you know, we've been colleagues, but I've also been your coach. You also get a lot of sort of inspiration, or used to get, if you play with different material.
Yeah.
Sort of keeps you sharp.
I remember you and me playing Euro Tour, and both our cues didn't arrive at the airport. And we played in a field of maybe 200 people, and we had to play each other in a quarterfinal with borrowed cues. And I remember, I think that was our best match ever against each other.
Oh yeah, that was a hell of a match.
So
well, actually, there was the sort of match that I've seen you and Fayen play a lot.
Yeah.
I've seen you two play some fantastic matches over the years. Yeah, that was special. So no expectations, a new cue, tight pockets, but he managed to qualify.
Yeah, I
Good
want
job.
to. I want to.
Two
And-
tough matches, Chen from Taiwan and Regli from Swiss. So Aranas break, he has sight on the 1, and it's crowded in that area, top left, so
Yeah, he's got a couple options. If he feels really good, he might bank the 1 towards the 7 and leave the cue ball behind the 8 and the 3. Or he can just roll it to the long rail and leave the cue ball on the other long rail. Flip it half ball.
wow.
This was right in between.
Yeah,
Can he see it, you think, or is he
no,
safe?
no, he can't see it, but a very risky
Yeah.
type of shot. If he, you know, he bets all his money on the cue ball position.
Yeah.
1 ball would have been exposed.
He's reaching out for his jump cue, I think.
Very close to the ball, meaning that in order to clear the 3, he needs to elevate a lot.
And this shot is such a big difference if it's like half ball snooker or a full ball snooker.
This is rare to see, a wooden jump cue nowadays.
Okay. A little applause from the audience, but of course it was a fluke.
Yeah, still a good jump shot. So in hindsight, we can question James Aranas' selection to play that safety.
Yeah.
Even though it was luck that made that 1 ball go in, but the 1 was exposed, was in front of the pocket. Now punch it over. Make sure to not hit that cue ball too low. It's like a little bit of a stun run through. Still favorite to make this. But anytime you don't put that cue ball in the wanted position, in the desired position, you lose rhythm, or you lose a chance to build rhythm.
Yeah, true. Stun shot here, 1 rail. A little bit to the right of the middle of the table, so you have enough angle on the 7, so you can go 1 or 2 rails for position on the 8. This looks a bit straight.
Yeah. He's
What I don't like about the shot is if you come straight on the 7, you know you're gonna leave an angle on the 8, or you have to draw back
yeah,
perfectly.
you have he would have liked to get in straight on the 8. And he knows, Skoverski knows, he's a seasoned campaigner.
Yeah.
It's just the nerves, edginess, a little bit tight in the arm.
And what's so tough on new cloth is that that shot he played on the 6 ball. On a club table, you can really direct the ball with spin. And on a new cloth, you have to direct it with backspin and a good stroke or stun.
Yeah, so what you're saying is on the slick table, you try to stay away from side spin.
Yeah,
a little more.
Yeah.
That's why I think Steve Davis in the past, for example, did so well on the TV table playing Nineball. But
Because
he was a much weaker player on a club table. He was nowhere actually.
Yeah. He stayed away from spin.
A good out by Skoverski.
1-all.
No cue ball on the string yet, or it might not happen throughout the whole match.
Could be.
It could
Yeah.
be, but what professionals have is that they are able to make things work, or sometimes even make things look easy while working hard and
Yeah.
grinding hard. So to the eye of the uninformed viewer, it can seem as if it's flawless,
Yeah.
or if they're playing casual. But
If
at
you
the
don't
same
feel
time-
well, how good is your B game then?
Beautiful setup. I had a little talk with Zielinski, who won the
third rack.
match previous to this on
Skoverski
table
break.
2.
1 rack each.
First half of the match he was struggling to find his concentration. And I was informed that it was due to the kids running around and being so enthusiastic and asking for autographs and tapping his shoulder in between racks.
Yeah, that's distracting.
Yeah.
But so nice to see so many kids here that love this game, and they get classes on schools, as I have understood. And they learn how to play pool
Yeah, this
just
is
being at school.
This is what the Polish Federation started in Kielce. Here, this is like the hotbed. They started that 20, 25 years ago. Make a strong connection between local politics, local media. And this model has spread throughout the country now. It's very much a mainstream sport.
So what will we see in 10 years? World dominance by Poland?
Well, yeah, 13 players in this field. It's all, and on the European level, if you see 13 players, 13 is a lot. But 10 in the last 32.
Yeah, that's...
We've seen it.
Yeah.
They're very much the leading nation. A little bit like 3 cushion in Korea.
And they've been winning tournaments the last 5 years, big tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine so if this generation of players, and I'm talking about the older ones, if they're 50, then there's Zielinski, for example, his group in his 30s behind it, and then the next group of juniors, because there's also a very good one here, the former junior world champion Dominik Jastrop is also in this field. You know, they keep on coming, they have the numbers.
I haven't seen him play yet, I'm curious.
Very solid fundamentals. And anyone that is now in the process of looking up his name, Dominik Jastrop, I wish you good luck, because
with the spelling.
because I happen to know how to pronounce it, but
Does he have to play a jump shot? Yes, he's going for the jump.
stay still.
Looks a pretty steep jump shot. You saw the cue ball jumping really high, which makes it more difficult to aim on the 2 ball. And Karel can see the 2 ball here and play position for the 3 in the opposite corner pocket.
You should start to notice, Nick, like the difference between players when they execute the jump. Who stands still and who does not. Like I think Gorst is the best in the world.
Yeah.
Right now, jumping balls, he doesn't move.
Doesn't move at all.
At all. It's the same with snooker players. If you look at when they play with the rest, they move less than on a normal shot. And I think about this because Aranas did move quite a bit on that shot. So go forward. Don't worry about the angle too much. Anything works.
Good shot. Meanwhile, on table 3, Kasakis was trailing 7 games to 1, and he's aiming to make the last 9 to win 9-7. So that means 8 games in a row.
Oh wow! Is he gonna let out a roar? No roar.
No. He treats it as business as usual.
Yeah, a little fist bump there. What a win! Wow, what a comeback! He must be feeling phenomenal. Comebacks are the nicest in the game. You have to make a big comeback out of nowhere.
Skoverski is a little bit out of line on the 6 ball. Drawing this with outside spin, it's tough to get back to the middle of the table. So he might play this into the 7 or go with inside?
Into the 7, he would hit
I
top
think
side, I think. I would go into the 7. It's an easier pot. But he's addressing low, so maybe he's
now
playing there.
now miss the 8 and go in between the 7-8. Oh, look at this, nice
Oh,
shot.
beautiful. Very nice. It's very, he made it look easy, but it's very easy to doubt the rails, the spin,
Yeah.
and how much it's going to bite.
The toughest thing about that shot was you want to give enough speed to get back to the other side of the table, but you don't want to give too much, because if you give too much, you're going to hit the 8. Well judged.
Yeah, he's settled. This is a good out by Skoverski. And again, this is in the losers round. More pressure in that sense on James Aranas. His trip home is about 100 times longer than Skoverski's.
Skoverski wins the rack.
Alex, do you have an idea why
Thank you.
many Filipinos turned down the invitation? Did it have to do with visas or?
Okay, you catch me off guard. No.
No.
Maybe I can imagine, but I'm just guessing. I can imagine it would be dependent for them on a concentration of tournaments. So it's a big difference if you fly in for the one tournament or if you're playing like 3-4 in a row.
True.
Rack 4.
Yeah, that was
Carlos
always tough.
Skoverski
Like
break.
when I
Ladies,
was still
2
playing
racks
full
to 1.
professional and you go to China for the China Open, there was just one tournament. So you flew like 12 hours. And if you were unlucky, you lost twice. Did get 2 shots, and then you could go home. But if you have like 3-4 tournaments in let's say 2.5 weeks, then it's worth it.
Yeah, and then the China Open, or some tournaments, one on the spot, a soft breaking format.
Yeah.
So where it can happen that in one race, in one set, you only get to play one safety battle.
Yeah.
So in this format, there's more, it's harder to stay at the table.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a nice format, this what we play. So many more safeties. So many more game to the
Game to the game.
Game to the game, yeah. How many safeties and jumps we've already seen in 3 games here. Missed shots because the pocket size.
Yeah, and no straightforward layouts. Oh,
A little bit of tough luck. If he just had clipped the 4 ball, it would have been stuck behind it. Still a very tough shot.
well, he's not going to play it.
No,
Oh, okay, so, yeah, despite the bad luck, the bad roll for Skoverski, he's not leaving anything easy.
I think he hides the cue ball behind the 6. What do you think? Yeah.
Makeable.
Can it? Does it pass the 6?
It
And
does,
then
it does pass, yeah.
hit it with a little bit of draw.
Low right and bend it. Alternatively, if he can't get the bend on the ball, but he can go behind the 6, try and hit it full. So stick the cue ball there, send the 3 to mid table with the 7 and 8 blocking that corner low right. And otherwise, it's 2 rails long short with speed and hope to get lucky. Looks like he can bend it. But the thing is, if he would make it, the cue ball goes to the right there with no shape on the 4, meaning he would need to hit it harder, meaning it's harder to get that curve on the cue ball.
Is
Maybe.
it an option to draw and avoid the short rail?
No. No. I don't think so,
No.
looking from here. I think it's easy for me to say I would go for the kick and stick, put the 3-ball in the middle, but when you're
No.
out there, you're a little more anxious,
No.
and players tend to go more for offensive shots.
Yeah, I would try to go for it and then try just to get a shot on the 4 to play safe or. Oh. Nineball.
So, like they say in the
Thanks.
Philippines, up and
One good shot, cut shot on the 3-ball and looks 2-2.
soft with a lot of spin. Now, do you try to get straight in on the 5 or leave an angle on purpose? Probably get straight in.
And this is what you mean, right? It's the right in between. I think he can still draw. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, on an older cloth, it's leaving the angle, go to the top row, come back is very playable, very nice.
Yeah.
But on this table, that's just a little bit harder to judge the speed. That can be difficult on a TV table because you're holding the cue ball on more shots, like hold, kill the speed, and not letting that stroke arm
On
go.
a TV table, you're killing your stroke because
Yeah.
you cannot go full force all the time.
But you're a straight pool player, and in straight pool often you would do that, leave an angle to let that cue ball go and come into the next shot.
Yeah.
Give yourself a little bit of breathing space.
Aranas is still trying to settle down and he doesn't look very settled. He had a couple shots where I found his stroke was really short,
Looked
where it should have been a little longer.
Looked edgy. Well, he only needed 1 second to decide to take
Chase
on a
Aranas
longer
wins
9
the
ball
rack.
when he lacked an angle on the 8. It was a good shot.
Thank you.
Plays quick. Moves quick, thinks quick. And he's leveled here on table 2.
Yeah, you can go to the toilet. Closest one is in that corner there.
Desislava Bozilova, the Bulgarian referee in charge of the action. Aranas to break in rack 5 as soon as he gets back from his little timeout. Are you up to date, Nick, with the endeavors of our fellow countrymen? Bijsterbos, Teucher, Vijen?
No, yeah, I know of course where they are at the moment. Niels won twice yesterday. Mark and Jan van Lierop, they all lost their matches yesterday, so they're into the first losers round. And I think they're all playing right now. So, gonna see the scores, how they are doing. I think they have some tough matches as well.
Who doesn't? Mark Bijsterbos is playing at scheduled to play at 3 against To Lian Han.
Marco Teucher is leading 4-2 against Bashar Hussein. And Jan van Lierop is 1-1. Chris Melling is leading 7-4.
Over.
Jonas Korlsund Hansen from Norway. And Petroni won his match 9-6 against Sochaux. And Petroni has been a regular at the tour, and I think he's also stopped playing for like 6-7 years. Good to see him back. And of course, around 6 o'clock, we got the second losers round, the losers qualifier, to get into
James
the last
Aranas to
64.
Yeah.
To rack
And we will
siege.
probably get some really good matchups there.
Yeah, and then from tomorrow onwards, single elimination, races to 11.
9 is moving. Made the 1. He's got a shot at the 2.
Does it pass the 3? Or to the side pocket? No, the side pocket is tight.
The side pockets are really tight. My roommate tells me all the time, Marco Teucho, he says, I was complaining about, not complaining, but I was talking about the small, the pockets, and he said, man, you're always like that, always complaining about the pockets, and then you keep winning. So let me just keep complaining about the pockets. But these side pockets for the 2, yeah, I think it's unmakeable. I think he's gonna play safe here, behind the 2.
Oh, it's a poor shot.
Yeah.
Luckily for Aranas, that 2 ball ended up really close to to the short rail, which makes it more difficult to control. The double kiss looms larger. And if it looks to me, if he misses the kiss, like half ball hit on the left, that 2 ball's going to be in line with the side pocket, approximately. That would be my worry. So even if he would have gotten the snooker, the jump was on.
This is also a tough shot. I mean,
Come
because
on, don't stop complaining.
No, I mean, cue ball is near the rail. I can't really see the angle, but it looks.
Sure, it's nasty.
It was tough enough to play safe.
Yeah, well, and it's not the best of safeties, but him denying that shot, you know, it's in a way a good sign. But it's a bit open, Aranas' defensive game here. Also the first shot after the break.
Is the combination on? Then it would be nice for him to play position on that combination. If
Yeah,
it's
but it's more on with the cue ball to the left of the 7 than to the right.
Yeah.
He did a little bit too much, I think. I think he's forced to play the combination from here.
Yeah.
Just drop it in, put the cue ball where the 3 ball is now. It's actually nice from there. It'll be easy to control position on the 4.
The way he was lining up that combination, it looks to me that the 4, he will shoot the 4 after he makes the combination in the other side, in the other
exactly.
corner pocket.
He can play a stop shot. Just checking. But it's on. It's a nice stroke, this. Doesn't have to power it. Doesn't have to finesse it.
Stun it, right?
Yeah, well, a stop shot seems to do the work. The only thing, if you stop it with backspin, it might open up that 4 a bit too much.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect, yeah. So he played a stun run through, which helped the 4 ball to stay flat. Took good time there. He looks the most, in this phase of the match, the most solid of the 2.
Follow 2 rails to the middle of the table.
Yeah. I can kill it. Stay low left of the 7. looking for the line to the side pocket.
If you don't feel good, you would make the 6 and shoot the 7 where he's standing right now. If you feel really good, you stun it for the 7 in the side.
Angled on the 7. If he plays high right, he can go 3 rails. There's no risk to run into the 9-ball. Almost there. Keep your eye on the ball. This needs a bit of attention. There's a minor angle and some distance. He can hold it, play a longer 9, or he can force the cue ball to the long rail. Just about in between. I would hold.
Oh.
Wow.
That was really unexpected.
Foul shot.
And unnecessary?
Ball in hand.
I think so. I think he should have opted to or leave the cue ball there or stun it to the rail and try to. But for sure make the 9-ball in that corner pocket.
For sure give yourself a shot on the 9. Unbelievable. Only in the World Championships. Right? It's only at the biggest stage that you see a seasoned campaigner like Skoverski make a thinking error like that.
And what we said is that he looked the most settled from the 2.
Yeah.
And then he comes with that shot. It makes me feel like he's not settled at all.
Well, I said settled in this phase of the match.
Yeah.
And that phase is now concluded. And if Aranas does well, it's going to be his 15 minutes or 30, 40. But again, because of the breaking format, the way these matches evolve, I haven't seen any runaway pool yet. Not on table 2 at least.
We've seen some good matches on table 1, right? With lots of breaks and runs.
A 5-pack by Shane, that's what I heard.
Leading 3 racks to 2.
Yeah, I was practicing like an hour ago, and Shane was also practicing, and his break was like, he made that 1 ball all the time.
And hard, yeah?
And hard.
No finesse.
And if you make that 1 ball all the time, and you at least give yourself a shot. Good break, made the 1 ball. I think he can make the 2 as well.
The 3 goes in the corner low left.
Play the 2 ball with inside.
Well, that's 1. Yeah, with the outside it's difficult. You have the side pocket, you have the 3.
Very touchy shot that was.
Yeah, very difficult shot, but still I don't think he'll be content with his attempt.
No.
Keeps a straight face. That's always good. Now with the inside, come around to 5.
Depending if the 3 goes into the side, you play for the side. If it doesn't go, you play it where the 7 is.
Yeah, but it's difficult to get straight in for the side.
Yeah.
And you don't want to play for the side and leave yourself angled. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. The thing is, with inside on the TV table, he wouldn't create a lot of angle, so he would have had a longer 3 ball. That's why he opted this, and there wasn't a lot of room to go past that 3. And the 5. But what I do see with Skoverski, that he's very comfortable. He seems comfortable in or good at reading the angles for this TV table.
Yeah.
So what is on and what not.
Can he avoid the 5? 2 rails?
Yeah, he'll come around.
Yeah, nice.
Didn't play side spin. So phase 1, he passed the test. Phase 2, an open position. Settle his nerves. He'll be a little bit shaky after that blunder on the 8 ball in rack 5. I've heard some discussions around the venue, who of the Polish players most likely to get far. Zielinski is the poster boy, Ševčík, but it's very possible that because of all that and the pressure being put upon a few shoulders, that someone like Skoverski could end up going the deepest.
It's so hard when you're like becoming the fan favorite in your country and you got to play that opening match like Ševčík. I found it very strong that he played so well in that first match. From what I've heard, that he played well. I have not seen it, but it's very hard to play well when you're being the favorite, fan favorite.
They say believe half of what you see and none of what you hear, Nick.
Oh, so it wasn't good.
He played good, but Imran Majid got him though.
Yeah, 9-8.
9-8, finished past midnight. The Maharaja came back from a 7-3 deficit. Good out here by Skoverski. Playing a nice rhythm.
Yeah, he made sure he had all the right angles.
Pretty essential in Nineball. And he levels.
Skoverski wins the rush.
So what did... Oh, Aranas missed that 2 ball. The tricky 2 ball that he had to play with inside. Skoverski cleaning up from there.
You see Chris Melling playing on the table in front of us.
Mika Immonen on table 3. He's up 4-0 against Marcel Price. Immonen, who was the recipient of one of the best comebacks in Nineball history, at least in recent history, when Shane Van Boning overhauled him. I think the one that comes immediately to mind is the comeback against Appleton in Qatar.
Oh, that was amazing.
11-3 up Appleton, and then in the end managing to win 13-12.
And he made a jump shot.
Yeah, yes, he had
on
to
Hill
jump,
Hill.
yeah, and run out after that. You watched that?
Yeah.
Sure. Particular layout of the balls.
What do you think? Can he spin with right behind the 5-6?
No. No, because he doesn't want to kiss. You know, maybe he could, but he would come so close to a kiss. I don't think he can. But he can bump it out and land the cue ball maybe on the 6.
Yeah.
Just play the 2 in between the 4-9. You know, if it's so hard to avoid a ball, look at how controllable that kiss is.
Yeah. Or maybe bank the 2 to the other long rail and leave the cue near the 6.
Yeah, but that's speedy.
Shoot
you
the
get
2
him?
between the 8 and the 7. Leave the 2 ball on the short rail. Cue ball will drift between the 9-4.
Yeah, if that's on, that's a shot, but it's no, it's on, but it's pretty tight.
Oh, he's looking at the 2-9 carom.
Nah.
Oh, he's looking at it.
Oh, he's looking at it. Yeah.
It's not an easy one. And why it's not easy? Because he cannot play it with a lot of speed, because the cue ball has to come back a little bit. So if you play with too much speed, it won't.
He snookered. Wait, he had a wooden jump cue earlier in the match, but now he's using a different one again.
I would like to know the idea about that. Well, what is it? Is this a playing cue or is it the break cue? It looks quite long. Maybe he's able to draw the ball back better with a longer jump cue.
Wow.
Look at this, he flukes the 7.
Yeah. Yeah, and he drew the ball actually with a little more draw, big chance of a safety.
I think that's why he uses this cue. He can draw back the cue.
So was he very lucky, or was there maybe something more in this shot selection?
That he knew the 2 ball was going into those
Yeah,
balls
because
and maybe
you
get
said
lucky. Yeah.
you saw that roll shot and fall behind the 4, but that was a pretty tricky shot. Yeah. And he was in a bad spot. Maybe I like his shot selection there. Many good things could happen from playing the shot like that.
I like this shot. Go underneath the 5, 3 rails, position for the 3.
You like it visually, or you like to play it?
I like to play it.
It helps
but,
you.
It was kind of natural. I mean.
Yeah, but it sort of helps you. You feel
Yeah.
to hit the cue ball in the right place.
Yeah.
I like his rhythm, really. I mean, he takes his time, he's deliberate, but for a World Championships, this is, I feel...
He's really watching the angles.
Yeah.
Not too much angle. A shot like this is what I meant. Like, normally you can really...
This is a stinker. On a TV table, this is a stinker.
Normally you play this with the right, and now you got to give more right spin to get what you would like to have. I think he would have liked to come a little bit
straighter. Of course, yeah. But he's still good. Played slow, maybe with a hair of inside, leave an angle on the 5. As long as he's away from the rail with the cue ball, he can dig in the cue ball. And there's room above the 6 to go from the 5 to the 6.
Another option is to go 2 rails. Long.
Now?
Yeah.
Does he have that much angle?
You could see what happened there. He tried to cross, but then he hit the 4 ball a little bit too thick. That's why the cue ball lost a lot of speed, and now he came too short on the 5 ball.
Huh? Big area to land the cue ball in, mid-table. But I don't know how steep this cut on the 5 is. Probably, you know, if he can reach it with an extension, I'd like to go up and down.
Yeah.
Go to that second short rail.
Yeah, just top spin. Cue ball will hit maybe middle diamond on the short rail, the other short rail, and then come back into the middle of the table.
Yeah, nice.
shot.
I think like the rhythm that he plays in helps him also to stay calm. So this looks like becoming the second or third rack that Skoverski manages to get himself back in line.
Yeah.
Instead of fumbling the ball, missing or
True.
playing safe.
How I like to play this shot, I like to play this shot with a little bit of insight and go 3 rails for the 8 in the side. Because if you want to like throw it with right spin, it's a much more touchy shot. He's going to play that shot, but like very touchy. Because with the 3 rails, with a little bit of right spin, you can hit the ball a little better.
I don't do too much here. Even though he's mid-table, the 8 ball, I still feel with lower speed that it would give him a bigger pocket, especially if he pockets to the right.
Oh, he wants to play it in the right corner.
Now I would go to the left.
And if you don't feel comfortable, he can also opt to make the 8 in the left corner pocket and try to play the 9 in the left side pocket or left top corner pocket.
Oh, put it near the rail, the
so you
cue
play
ball.
a little safety in mind.
Yeah, but it looks like he has too much angle on the 8 ball for that. It would be nice if it would be a pop shot,
Yeah,
but that would make it very
he's going all
difficult.
in. Missed it.
Wow. So I was complimenting his rhythm. It's robust, it's tough, he takes his time. But then if you play to a slower rhythm, you know, if you then miss a shot like that, it hurts more.
Yeah, it does.
It hurts more.
But you're totally right. He's playing very calculated and very well, but that can all change with one shot.
So that's the
Yes,
se-
Aranas
second
wins the
rack.
rack.
So Aranas now has to make 2 balls to get the rack. Previously, ball in hand on the 9.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it, he says.
Just
Well, I
'cause it
remember
does,
a
I cannot
match
tell
against
them that it's
Radoslav
here.
Babica, a 10-ball match, and that
Thanks.
was when we had the rules that you could make a 10-ball combination and win. And I played him. I think he made 10 shots in a race to 8, and I lost 8-2. He made 7 10-ball combinations after the break. And that can happen in Nineball as well. We see Mika Imona leading 7-0 against Marshall Price in the losers round. It looks like an early exit for Marshall Price from Wales.
Still
Rack
feel
8.
that Mika the last
Chance
2
Aranas to
years
break, leading 4
is
racks to 3.
close, like his game is really close to doing something nice,
Yeah.
to really kicking into gear.
Yeah.
He's just about there. I think his game is there, it's just focus and belief.
Yeah. And we know how dangerous Mika is when his game is on point.
Yeah. So, well, focus and belief and maybe the tilt.
Right.
So he can
Yeah.
have a bit of tilt in his game. If he can control that. So again, no shot for Aranas. The 2-4 combination is very sharp, not playable. The carom is ultra thin off the 2, I don't like it. The bank, the 2 ball behind the 4, I don't think it's on.
If he cannot make the carom, I would play safe, bank the 2, and leave the cue ball behind the 4.
Sure. It's actually, I think, the longest that he has thought about a shot in this match. It's not a bad recipe. These 2 players in a single elimination phase in the losers round of the World Championships.
He's going for the carom. Missed it.
Yeah. Too difficult. Didn't like it. And he didn't like it. He weighed his options for a long time, and it's not like he didn't have an alternative. There were safeties to play there.
And with Skoverski missing that 8 and scratching on the 9, I think the best option would have been to play safe.
Keep him in the ropes.
Yeah.
Skoverski looked at the gap between the 8 and 4. Does that mean that he's too straight to come back towards the kitchen spot approximately, or even draw into the 8?
I will take my chances here and draw in between the 4-8.
Yeah.
I mean, many things can go right.
Yeah, but in between or hit the 8, not in between or hit the 4. Yeah, if you can. But it's pretty narrow in between the 4. But so you would always look at
what would happen if you don't.
At the margin. Is the margin on the wide side or on the narrow side?
And then you know what kind of speed you should play it with.
Yeah. Good players find margin, and Skoverski.
He's gonna opt for the bank. Bank safe.
Straight back.
Yeah, straight back, and then if he misses it, it's safe. If he makes it, he has possession on the 4.
Yeah, well, he might even not play the bank at all.
No, that's
stick it behind the 8.
And you got to make sure if you go for the bank, you don't leave a jump.
Yeah, I think he's going to stick behind the 8. Although it's easier to put him behind the 4. How did he hit that? Beautiful. So, different strategies. Aranas opting for that very tricky carom after the break. And Skoverski playing very tight, keeping it tight. I have a gap. I'll play a stop shot on the 2. And I'll put you in trouble from there.
Very nice kick shot.
Open. How much angle is it? Looks like too much to draw, to bump the 8.
He might be able to play this with topspin, hit the long rail, hit the 8.
Yeah, I hope so for him. It looks like it. Now get the proper angle on the 5. He'll first look at cutting the 5 into the side pockets and then go around the angles. He looked at it briefly. He can also play the 4 to the corner. Much easier in so doing to stay on the top side of the 5. Scary. If he goes double speed to the top rail, it's a little bit tricky on the TV table, because on this cut shot players will have a tendency to hit above center, and the above center hit will make that cue ball arc a little bit with a tendency to go towards the 8. One rack, Aranas won by just pocketing the 9 with ball in hand. One rack he won by just pocketing the 8 and 9. Saying that, I want to emphasize what Skoverski is probably going through. It stays with you. If you've blundered a couple of racks, it will stay with you.
True. And funny now, he tried to play position for the side pocket and he ran a little bit too far. I don't see really much of a problem, but it could get in his head, which makes this 8-ball a little tougher than it looks. Perfect. 4-4.
I feel Skoverski has the best of the game. But it's the nature of the beast in Nineball. You can do all the work out there, but it's all about the money ball. So how would Aranas be in his chair? I think he's aware that he's getting outplayed a little bit in the safety department.
Yeah.
He's getting chances. Would it make you feel at ease? Or would you think, oh, I got to step it up? If he stops missing 9 balls, then I'm going to be in a bad spot.
I would think that I want to know if he's frustrated about missing that carom, or is he frustrated about making the wrong choice?
Yeah, that's a big one. That's an advice. You know, what you want in 9-ball pool is, after a mistake, when you go back to the chair, to not intoxicate yourself with frustration, etc. Just a quick assessment: was it the wrong choice or was it poor execution? And what is worse, the wrong choice or poor execution?
Yeah, good question.
Well, if you coach someone and you watch him play, what would frustrate you more? A poor choice or a poor execution?
Poor choice.
Yeah, I think so. Because it's, again, the nature of the beast that at times we will execute poorly.
Yeah.
Because our form is bad, because we're nervous. For whatever reason, we try to execute, but we don't. So this is a great result here. Needs to get this. And it's all about shape from the 4 to the 5. That 5 will go to the corner top right. Yeah, so a lot of room. Follow the ball.
Follow the ball. Make sure you don't get straight in on the 5.
Yeah.
Oh, even if you get straight.
Yeah,
in,
even if you get straight in. Oh, he's coming back, surprisingly. Well, and then again, surprisingly, players will always prefer to play the 5 down low. So he's good here. And still taking time. Something I say with players is try and make it look like, with amateur players, try and make it look as if you paid a rent with playing pool. And Skoverski certainly does so.
He tried to play position to make the 7 in the side. That's what he was watching. But now he's got so much angle, he has to play the 7 in the corner. He might even have to go around.
So the thing is, what it seems to become a pattern. Yeah, that towards the end of the rack he loses. So that tells me that maybe he's playing a little too slow. He's burning too much energy. And by the time he gets to the last remaining balls, he loses concentration. And he keeps doing it again and again.
Yeah.
So not only frustrating, but also adding a lot of pressure now.
Will he be able to hold this 6 ball to make the 7 in the corner, or does he have to go around the 8 ball?
Well, you can do a lot on this table on cut shots with low right. With low inside, you can kill extreme.
Yeah, I think that's what he should do. It's always tough from here, of course, to see what the exact angle is.
What he looks at now is with speed, to let the cue ball loose. Go long, long behind the 8 ball. That's the line he looked at.
Wow.
Fancy schmancy if it works out.
And then with inside.
No, he doesn't need inside. But it looked like he played inside.
I think he played it with inside just to get that spin on the second rail.
Yeah, but you don't need it.
No, because it already gets it.
Well, actually, if you play with no inside, it slides off the second long rail and then goes over the middle of the table down. So you're playing 3 rails instead of 4. So, big tester. Many players would opt to punch this. There's enough room between the rail and the cue ball. That's his choice. Played with authority and a little bit of punch. Don't pound it. Don't pound it. Don't let the cue ball hop.
The trouble is that he's been calculating every shot so badly, or not badly, goodly.
Intensely.
That a shot like this you have to let go. You have to let that stroke out.
Nice. This is very good.
He did very well.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that one.
Don't do too much on this shot. Just play this with a tip of right spin and go 2 rails.
Yeah, you're not going to get straight in.
Nice.
Good stroke. Good wreck. So that's 2 in a row for Skoverski.
This was a break and run, right?
This was a break and run. A hard-fought break and run. A pint of blood on every shot.
So the choice of going for the carom shot has been very costly.
Yeah, good point. You remember how it was sitting, the carom?
Yeah.
Because even if it's very thin, you needed to hit it very thin, I would still play it with right spin.
Yeah, to throw in...
Yeah, so that makes maybe the aim a little bit difficult, but I feel what it adds, I'm helping the second ball, I would have played it with right spin.
And if you think a little more, if you play it with inside, as you say,
yeah, you come into the ball.
You even throw the first ball a little bit more to the rail, so you have more chance of getting good position.
Oh yeah.
To break, played in 5 racks to full.
There's a priest standing behind Skoverski. You can see him right now, but when he's going down, you will see him.
And he throws in the prayers.
He throws in the prayers for the Polish team.
For every break.
Look at this. There's the 9 going. Oh, such a big difference if the cue ball is not being Chinese snookered on the 7. Now he cannot draw back the cue ball. And he has to opt to just roll the 2 ball in and go for a tough 3 ball.
The only thing that he might consider is hit into the 9. He's being pretty creative in this match, I feel. A kiss shot off of the 9 is maybe on.
It's on, but if you look very close, you can see that that's very tough. It's not a natural line. You have to hit it that thin. I think he rolls it in. And why? Because then you can play the 3 with a lot of right spin, and you can play safety in mind.
Yeah. We've seen him do this on a number of occasions. Step back and take a little extra time. before pulling the trigger.
Using the rest.
Wow.
To get over the 7.
He can't reach it. Far from a hanger, even just making the 2.
No. Just wants to make it, roll it in. Oh. Gets a bit fortunate because he cannot hit the 2 ball directly, but there's still a good opportunity to kick this ball in. Long rail. Just make sure you miss the 9. And he's got to play it with a lot of speed.
On these types of kicks, yeah, this cue ball super sensitive. If you play with a hair of right spin or left spin, you're done.
Yeah.
With the kick off of the long rail. Do you do something different on a shot like that?
Yeah, I try to hit it a lot harder so the spin doesn't really take. If you give any unwanted spin.
Yeah. But hitting harder also makes it more difficult to control.
Yeah, true. Sometimes what I do on kick shots when I want to hit that square in the middle of the cue ball, I really focus on that point. So I aim on the rail.
Yeah.
But when I let go, I watch the cue ball.
Watch the cue ball, yeah. It's tight, but it's all he has.
And stop, because if he hits it straight on the face, the cue ball will stay there. Yeah. If the cue ball had been to the left side a little more, I think he was able to cut it in. I don't think he's able to cut it in the left corner pocket. Well, I would bring the 3 ball to the left, to the right long rail, and the cue ball try to hide it behind the 8.
Yeah, basically you're trying to not lose.
Yeah.
More than trying to win.
A containing safety with a potential bonus of being behind the 8.
A free roll.
Oh, he was able to cut it in the left side.
Wow.
Very nice shot. I think he even like twirled it around.
Yeah.
Around the 9. Ah, very
Unlucky
very
there.
unlucky.
Okay. This is it. This is a
Would you
huge
always
shot
go for this shot, or
in the
would you
context of the
consider
match.
playing safe?
No, I think you have to go for it, and I don't see any natural safety. Maybe, well, you
Stun behind the 7.
maybe play it in the side pocket, and then you have a line to maybe carry the 7. But a player like Aranas, he'll go for the corner.
Good shot.
That's his forte, shot making.
Dodong is his nickname, right?
Yes. 2 great shots on the 3 ball. Then jacked up on the 4. If that doesn't kick him into gear, I don't know.
So Skoverski missed that 2 ball. And he had to play really hard to... Whoa, what's happening here?
Wow.
Woo. Look at this. He gets lucky, but also not lucky.
Yeah, well, he's fine. He's good enough.
I think 3 rails make the 7 where the 9 is.
3 rails.
Go underneath the 8.
It's a big 8 ball.
Or maybe hit it hard enough to go 2 rails. No, underneath the 8.
Oh yeah.
He was able to go all around.
He came through the ball with ease.
He needs a little bit more speed.
Nah, he's good. This man can pocket any ball. The 3 ball he made.
Yeah, nice shot.
Which one was better, the 3 or the 4?
I think the 4.
Well,
I think the 3 was also played with a little bit of safety in mind.
yeah,
And the 4 he had to make.
And if they're equally difficult, the 4 was better because That was the shot after the hard shot,
Yeah.
right? Everyone's always on about your extension, bridge, jump in the Mosconi Cup.
Yeah, but that was a do or die shot, and
But actually the best shot was the shot after.
yeah,
Cheers,
which
Aranas
Niels
wins
made,
the
by the
rack.
way.
5-5, Aranas keeps himself in the game. Interesting contrast of styles. In this clash of continents, the Filipino against the Polish.
Yeah, Mika won on table 3.
The flying fin. The flying fin might suit him better now than the Iceman. Did you see that comeback by Shane last year?
Yeah,
Black
I seen it.
11.
What was it?
James
10 to 1,
Aranas to
right?
break.
Nah,
10 to 2.
10-3, 10-3, I
10-3.
think. Did I see Shane here?
And so funny how everybody already said after that match he's gonna win it.
Well, everybody. Many people
Many
say
people would
many
say-
people
many
say
people say.
many things. So my girlfriend yesterday said she left now, but she watched one day and she said maybe okay.
Okay,
Yeah, to win it, like an outsider, you know, anything is possible.
many people say many things.
Many people say many things. Yeah.
Nice shot.
Nice. Yeah, good. He has good aim, this kid.
I wonder if he can hit it too. Maybe very thin.
But even if he could hit it, the kick might be the best shot. I think anything between super thin, if he's kicking, anything between super thin and a half ball hit would bring the cue ball back up table and partly, at least partly, snookering behind the 5. But he's looking at hitting the 2 ball on the right side.
I really like your option. If you're able to stop the 2 ball onto the 7, it could be a
I
very
think-
good shot. Yeah, very good
I
shot.
think 35-40% of the 2 ball is good enough
Yeah.
to get that result. There.
Like this. Very nice shot.
And now, Aranas. I would, if I could, so kick shot 2 rails with maximum spin to the short rail, maximum left,
Yeah.
to go short long, clip the 2, send the 2 to the left and track to the northeastern zone on the table where he got his chalk. You see, if that's
Yeah.
on, that's a playable shot.
Yeah.
And he has the 4-8 to work for him. Otherwise,
I
I
like that.
don't really see anything nice. Well, blast it and try and make the balls move to where the 7, 6, 8, 4 and 3 are.
I loved how the snooker referee in this match watched the position of this safety,
Oh yeah.
because they have to in
Yeah.
snooker.
Well, it's not the worst result actually. Make your opponent play another shot. Ooh, yeah, you.
Tough decision to
Yeah,
make.
he,
here.
he can bank the 2 ball back like towards the 5,
Yeah.
leave it between the 4 and 5, and bring the cue ball to the short rail, but he can also attack. I think
I
even-
will try to roll it in with speed that when you miss it and hit the a short rail, it moves up enough to go
yeah,
above the side
yeah, but you
pocket.
can do the same with stroking the ball and make sure to not overcut.
Yeah. That's what he does. He plays a real good shot, but he's not fortunate enough.
Do you lag it in? Do you play it soft? And just, you know, if there's any safety, he can play off of the 4. If the cue ball ends up where the 3 ball is now, there would be, but there isn't really.
The thing is, if you blast it
Yeah.
or play it harder, the cue ball will have a little bit of stun because
Yeah.
you play it with topspin. And if you hit it the rail first, the cue ball might stop on the 6.
Yeah, I
So-
think he has to play it soft, and then find the shot on the 4. And the thing is, if he plays it soft and not makes it, I think
Yeah,
he doesn't leave a shot.
Ah.
I think.
It's in.
Yeah, he hit it the thin way though, not directly, but off of the short rail, meaning he's steeper on the 4. Now this is almost a position to look at the kick shot,
Yeah, was thinking
because
about it.
thin on the 4 doesn't really give him something. Now what I like with the kick, that you might put the 8 with the 7 and 6. Okay.
I
now
think
it's-
what he's gonna play is he plays the 4 to the 5
yeah.
and tries to hide the cue ball behind the 8. That even when he doesn't play a good safety,
Oh,
he
that
can-
would
he
be
cannot
very
ma-
nice.
He cannot make the ball.
That would be very nice. I thought you were going to say with a little more speed, try and hide behind the 6, which is very hard. Maybe he can even put it behind the 5. Maybe he can pocket the ball. Came
It is.
awfully close.
Shot.
Was a nice effort.
He used the 5.
Nice. He's showing a lot of knowledge in this game, in this match.
Would you be able to avoid the 5 if you hit it full on the face?
Oh, with
around.
the kick.
Yeah.
If the 4 is going to run into the 5, difficult. You can play 2 rails, 4 into the 9, cue ball up table. Hit it on the way in. Still created distance. It's not over.
If this is straight in, he has to come up with a good shot.
Yeah, that.
Even if it's not straight in.
Yeah, that and the 6 is in a slightly precarious position, which makes the 5 ball more important. Oh, I remember, I now think back about the Whirlpool Masters. He rolled in some long shots, but that's a long time ago.
Wow.
Maybe he'll opt to elevate and punch. No, he's rolling. Or topspin with more speed. 2 rails out of the corner.
He rolls it in. He tries to roll it in.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Aranas will be able to give himself the best possible angle on the 6. Probably to go around the corners and play the 7 in the same pocket.
You want to leave a lot of angle or try to get as straight as possible?
No, I think I would leave an angle for 3 rails. Shows differently.
Draw into the 7? Or
Yeah,
roll
from-
it in?
No, yeah, from here, but that's, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I tend to draw into the 7.
Yeah, me too. But hit the rail, huh? Make sure you hit the rail. Oh,
And this is fine.
Yeah, this is good
well,
enough.
if you pocket as good as he does, this is definitely fine. But having some insecurity about your pocketing ability makes you do stuff like that. What we said, draw into the 7, which is not maybe a good thing. Take your medicine, they say. Just drop it in, make the 7.
And what I like to do when you don't feel really comfortable, as the way they've been playing, they don't really look comfortable, then I would draw back into the 7 just to, yeah, just to
avoid this.
Yeah, to avoid this and
yeah, because I agree, if you draw into the 7 like 7, 8 out of 10, you'll have an easy position.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how that is. He left at 7, and then we're saying, okay, I was saying maybe this is better, take your medicine, just make the 7, and then he misses the 7. Yeah. Shot selection, that's the interesting part, and that's why this format is so nice, because we get to see many dilemmas. No straightforward open tables.
This is a nice dilemma. What you're gonna do here? You're gonna cut it to play safe. You're gonna go for the bank. You're gonna, yeah, he's going for the bank.
And it's only 5-5.
You can still see the edge of the 7. He's going to try to hit this one very thin and get the cue ball back to where it is now.
On an older cloth, and I know many players with me, for a thin hit like this, they would opt to play it with side spin. You sort of aim thin, add a little bit of spin, and then feel the curve.
Yeah.
Like curving away from the ball. But it's so difficult on this table, on this equipment.
You are already happy when you just hit it thin without spin. He's gonna kick it. He's kicking at it. Very nice shot.
Beautiful shot. The shot he played right a little before this, it was the 1.
With the 1 and a 9.
Yeah, low right.
The 2 and the 9, yeah.
Where he hit it on the way in, this was harder, and now he hit it exactly like he wanted to.
He got a very good bonus for it. He snookered him. He would like to try to get behind the 7. Kick and stick the cue ball.
Kick and stick. Kick and nick.
Look at this.
Nice. Nice hit. Wrong speed. And something you don't really take into consideration, I think.
No, because if he hit it a little bit more underneath the 7, then the 7 ball wouldn't have taken these angles, and the 7 would have been nearer the short rail. And now you really have to grab this chance. This frame of game has been taking like 20 minutes.
Yeah, the type of wreck that counts double.
Yeah. I think he just really went for the shot and didn't really bother about position. Which faces him with a tough 8 ball. Because he has to do some work with the 8 ball. Or you just drop it in really slow, or you go 2 rails. I would play 2 rails and go underneath the 9. And then
Underneath the 9, like
you play the 9 in the same pocket as the 8, or you get positioned for the side pocket.
oh, so you're actually saying 2 rails.
Long,
You hit the long rail above the side, and then you hit the long rail on the right side below the side pocket.
Yeah.
Well, you need to have an eye for the table if you play like that. I think he can just about bite enough into the ball to draw underneath the side pocket. No, he went back. Center ball. Maybe your shot, Nick. Yeah. Good shout. So to take the lead, once again, James Aranas. And I must say the level in this match is rising.
James
It
Aranas
is.
wins
So
the rock.
fewer and fewer unforced errors in this game.
Yeah.
The
Well, we
longest-
saw the mistake from Aranas on the 7 ball, and then we got this safety game. But it's getting better and better. And it's heating up. 6-5.
We're on your table now, so we're going to go to an ad break after the next rack. So until,
Aha, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were on the other one with all those cameras.
yeah, not after this.
Okay.
Jason Shaw booking a win over German Bongers. Shaw visibly struggling with the jet lag yesterday in his match on the TV table against Napolitan Stefano Candela. But he joins the winner circle through to the last 64 single elimination.
Rack 12. James
Not that
Aranas
it
to
means
break.
so much coming
Playing
through the
6
winners
racks to
round.
5.
It means a loser will be drawn to play against him. Right, Nick? Doesn't make that much of a difference. Ooh, that's a wild 9-ball.
Will we get to see another safety battle? Look at this 9.
Tricky position for Aranas. I think he can roll out and put the cue ball down below with a clear sight on that 2-ball. Right, Nick? If you put the cue ball low left,
Yeah, near the corner pocket.
yeah, let's say parallel to the 2, what shot is there?
Maybe bank the 3 rails and hit the cue ball with inside so it stops on the 9 ball. But very tough. I would always give it back.
It's a very difficult position.
Maybe he can push out to a kick.
Yeah,
Soft
but-
kick.
Yeah, but a soft kick means, a soft kick,
Like soft kick, so
not to land on top of the 2, but to actually try and snooker behind the 9.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's on. Wow.
I think he's pushing out to your option.
Push out code.
You see, now it's a little higher than on the rail, so now what he could do is play 3 rails with the 2 and leave the cue ball around there with inside topspin.
Yeah, but he's going to hit the 9, not the cue ball. I think if he hits high right, he'll hit the 9, then the rail, and the cue ball will stay alive and
Yeah.
go to the left or to the middle at least.
Or what you
uh,
could do
yeah.
is bank the two rails to the long rail, hit it with a little bit of left, hit the 9, cue ball hits the rail and hide behind the 7-8.
Yeah, or your 3 railers where you stun draw into the 9.
Yeah, I think he's going for the try to hide it behind the 7-8.
Oh, finesse it.
Yeah.
I like Skoverski's moving game over Aranas.
Gives it back.
So I would think if a player like Skoverski isn't liking it,
Wow.
he's supposed to give it back. It's not like Aranas knows something that he does not. That's how I feel, at least. Oh, it was on. In the end, it was on.
Skoverski was right.
So what
Well, he was
happened
able
there?
to stop that cue ball there.
Oh, the 9 opened to 6. I
Yeah.
think that's what happened.
Still a tough layout. I mean, he can make the 2 in the side, but the cue ball travels to those 2 balls in the left corner pocket to that 4 and 5.
Yeah, he needs to go to the corner. Big shot this.
He needs to stop it, and would he be able to make the 3 and then hit the short rail to play position for the 4? So like rolling the 3 ball in with topspin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if the cue ball stays away from the rail, jack up and, you know, work the cue ball.
So this is the shot. He has to make it in the corner.
Yeah, at this point, and I'm not saying he should do differently, but if I'm watching, let's say, my player, a player that I work with, I would think there's no option, there's no alternative. This is the shot. Don't look at it too long.
Commit. Well, he's trying to draw the 2 in the side. Well, Alex, we didn't see that.
Now, this is the shot. Thing is, he doesn't need to punch it. He can play it with a long action. Little low, little left, medium hard, medium plus.
Come in between the 9-6, right?
Yeah. Stroke it.
He has to run out. It has to be level again. 6-6.
Oh, yes, the way this match has been going.
It's typical in this match. When they miss, they don't really give away a shot.
It was a big shot, makeable shot.
This is funny. This is one of those shots that you think you can go 2 rails behind the 7-8, but you can only go 1 rail. He would have liked to have the 3 ball a little bit more up table.
Well, it's basically I think you need to make a choice there. So, or you focus on the 3, give it more speed, which makes it harder to control the cue ball, and maybe bump the 8 ball.
Yeah.
Or get closer to the 8.
I don't like this option. He's gonna try to jump and make it, but I really like the kick here because it gives so much good vibe. You can a lot of good things can happen. If you
many outs.
Yeah,
if
many
you come
outs.
in, if you come in from the left side.
Well, and we know with a jump shot anything can happen. If he's able to hit the 3 real thin, he can go in between the 6-9 behind the 7-8. Maybe he has to curve it a little bit.
Doesn't waste a lot of time. There's James Aranas.
From what he had, this is pretty
Pretty good. The 3 ball still cuts though. Now it's a difficult shot and it's not really an easy killer safety on.
No, he has to go for it and let the
Right.
cue ball travel 3 rails. So go in between the 4-5 with the cue ball and then hit the long, short, long rail. And he has to go all in, so don't try to be too tight on the stroke.
Well, it would help me to not focus too much in going in between the 4 and 5.
No.
It might not. I might play perfect speed, I might not. It's about making this shot. Two misses on the 3 by Skoverski.
It looked to me that when he hit the 3 ball, it skidded a little bit. So it had a little thicker touch than it should be. But
Yeah, I thought he played a difficult speed. A little more speed would have made life easier, I think. So maybe too much thought about exact position on the 4. Now the 7 down below passes the 8, so this is wide open. It's not going to take Aranas more than a minute to clear up from here.
this hurts because Skoverski has been working really hard to win the games, but he got a little short on a couple games. Looks like 7-5 behind, and he's probably tired.
Well, I think we both have fallen prey to being a little too methodical in the past.
Yeah.
Right? And sometimes it helped, but often enough, we've both been there, then you feel like your battery is empty when you get to the end of a match or end of a tournament. And it seems like that with Skoverski. 2 misses on the 3. And now falling behind 2 games air for Aranas. He just needs 2 more racks to send Skoverski home. Big favorite now for this match. Even though it's a winner break format.
Another Polish player on table 3. He's playing Lars Kukhem from Germany, very strong player. I spoke to him at the airport. He said this is his first World Championships, which surprised me because Lars is a really good player.
It's amazing, eh?
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is the losers or winners round.
It's a losers round.
Losers?
Winner break.
So 2 strong players, Lars and Mieszko.
Mieszko
battling it out.
Fortunski.
Is it
The
about
Butcher.
3 minutes again?
Yeah, the
Nickname.
Butcher. Lars had a little less impressive nickname. Cookie.
Yes,
Cookie.
Cookie. Well, as a butcher, you don't want to be slaughtered by a cookie, right? So it's up for the job.
Yeah, it's big game there. The Mieszko Fortunski's challenge is always to not put himself under pressure too much. I think technically, skill-wise, he's very good. He has a silky touch, but his mental game sometimes not strong, not robust. Playing in front of their own people. The tournament being held here in Kielce, Poland, it puts pressure on them.
Thank you. Rack 13. James Aranas to break, leading 7 racks to 5.
Aranas needs 2 to advance to the last 64. No. To send home Karol Skoverski. And then he would be due to win 1 more, if I'm correct. Yeah, that 6 would help for a cut on the 2. Or this awkward queuing over the 9-ball. Looks like holding the cue ball there. Oh no, he's playing the thin hit. Beautiful.
The break statistics are amazing. I think after 13 breaks they were able to see the first shot 1 time, maybe 2 times.
This is a jump over the 5.
Yeah, he has to.
Yeah.
Would you try to make a plan?
No.
Just hit the 2, right?
Hit 2 rails. Or 1, but preferably 2. No, I'm hitting 2. Nah.
No, I wouldn't try to kick it 2 rails.
I would never ever risk to miss the 2. Which means that you need to, you need to do this.
The jump is a guarantee hit.
Yeah, the only thing with the jump, I would try to hit like center ball or maybe even a little bit above.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you jump and you hit low, it slows the cue ball down.
Yeah.
So I would like to keep it as speedy as I can.
And maybe I'm wrong, but even if you give topspin, you have more chance that when you hit it from the back, it will stick there.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Nick Vandenberg will be in action tomorrow in the last 64. He won both his matches yesterday against Taiwanese Chen and against Swiss Regli. Ooh,
does it hit a rail?
I think.
Foul shot.
Oh wow!
No rail.
Going
For a
head.
moment, it looked like that cue ball had fallen back to the short rail. Now, if the 3 ball passes the 7, it's an easy route for an 8-5 lead.
The referee looked at that shot real fast. She knew that she had to run to that short rail to see if the cue ball would hit the short rail.
Well, in hindsight, we can say she was in the wrong position.
Yeah. He's gonna follow that 2 ball, try to make the 3 in the other side pocket. Ideally, he would like to get straight in on the 3. Looks good.
Yeah, nice. Ooh.
Maybe.
That held up.
Yeah.
Unexpectedly.
Still, if there's too much angle, he can draw back 2 rails. Short rail, long rail, get back to the middle of the table. Make sure you get above the 9 ball. But maybe you can roll it in. I can't see it from here. Oh, he goes 1 rail. Huh.
Just about good enough.
That means he had a lot of angle. Get below the 4 or the 5.
Yeah, this is nice.
Play 2 rails. Just a little bit of left spin.
Ominous signs for Karol Skoverski. He's consumed about 3 times more energy than James Aranas in this match.
Yeah.
And that might be the reason for a potential downfall.
This is gives some good thought. You either want to have a lot of angle on the 7 to go around the 9, or you want to get straight in so you can draw back.
Straight in, I think.
Yeah, this is nice. Now you can draw back for the 8 in the side.
Yeah, just pay attention. On occasion, a player will pocket it but thin, and then the cue ball will hit the rail early.
Yeah. What you're doing here, you drop it in with right spin or left?
Yeah, a hair of right spin. If that's the angle that seems to be there, to go long, short, and then to the left side of the 9.
Yeah, or no spin. Oh, he's drawing it. He's drawing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that if the natural line is available. But he's James Aranas and I'm not. And he goes up 8-5 with one
James
game
Aranas wins
needed.
the rock.
He played a good safety after his break, safe on the 2. Skoverski played a good kick, a jump kick, a little bit unlucky there to not get a ball to the rail.
And Lars Koekherm is up 3-1. He's got a tough 8 ball to face, but it looks like it's gonna be 4-1. Yeah, 4-1 to Lars Koekherm. So
Rock
as it
14.
looks, it's not looking
Jess
good
Aranas
for the 2
break
Polish
on
players,
the hill, leading
Fortunski
8-5.
and Skoverski, the 2 veterans of the Polish squad.
Nice, beautiful
Made
break.
the 1 ball, and again, not a clear shot on the 2. That's why I
like
love this
that.
format.
Yeah, I love the format. I like his break, hard. With speed, reminds me a little bit of Alban Oceans.
He's gonna put the 2 near the 4, cue ball near behind the 5. Yeah. I think he needs to get his jump cue out again.
Yeah, I don't see a kicking route other than 1 rail off of the right side, which is tough. Well, actually also from the top rail with low. He could get there,
Yeah.
but it means that speed is limited, so little separation between the 2 balls. Actually missed the 9 on the right with the trace of right. Go in between the 3 and 9. That's on also.
So go in between the 3 and 8. Or right, and then go between the 8 and 9.
I think the latter. Yeah, between the 8 and 9.
Oh, look at this. He hits it perfect.
Nice. Beautiful shot. Gutsy to play it like that.
I think he can still kick this one rail, send the 2 ball to the corner pocket, maybe even make it, and drift the cue ball to the other side of the table.
Classy shot by Skoverski.
The only thing is that the scratch is quite big.
Yeah, and the line to the left of the 3 and 8 with the 2 ball. It's pretty playable. Thin. So you're still in the game, Karel. Thanks.
Lifeline.
Yeah, thanks to that beautiful effie that he played. Nice kick shot and a nice route from the 2 to the 3. Make sure to not leave too much angle.
So.
Skiddy.
Skiddy, yeah.
So this gives him a lot of angle on the 3. He's not going to get ideal on the 4, and he needed the 4 and 5 to prepare for the 6. 6, which is in a tight spot.
And the skid, it has been raining for the last hour here in Kielce, and snowing. Snowing and rain. So maybe it has something to do with the humidity.
Nicely done. So now what? Do you even consider playing the 6-7 combination?
Yeah. If the 7 is a little bit off the rail, just a little bit, it's a really nice shot to play. The area is so big to make the 7.
Yeah, where it's unlikely to play the 6 into the gap.
Yeah.
Between the 7 and the rail.
I think he's gonna play this with topspin and then go out 2 rails. Very nicely hit. He's not liking it because he has a little bit of angle to the right. So or he has to play it with stun and hit it really hard to go 1 rail.
Slam it.
And if he wants to go forward, he can't really play good positions to get straight in on the 6-7. So if he goes forward, then he will probably try to play in between the 6-7. And the danger here is that you misjudge it and you get behind the 7.
Shot.
Very good shot. He hits the 7 perfect. Nice.
Still in the game, Skoverski. All thanks to that kick shot on the 2.
And focus on hitting this ball smooth, because this is really one of those shots when, like we've seen with the kick that we had before on the 3 ball or the 2 ball. If you don't hit this ball very good, you can get a kick. He hits it perfect.
Coming around the 8 ball from here. Although he can also drag, drop it in and leave a cut on the 8.
What you were talking about, natural angles. Like if you drop it in, natural angle is position on the 8.
Oh yeah, if you have position, don't play it.
I think I would up that. Drag it in.
Nice out, nice wreck.
This match is not over yet.
Showing a lot of resilience, Skoverski.
The difference mentally between now and the beginning of the match is now he has to execute well. So there's no room for one more error. And if he knows that in the back of his mind, he probably knows, then he might be able to turn this match around.
Yeah, and if the other guy's on the hill, it can give energy and courage and it rids you of the fear of losing and the fear of missing.
Yeah.
You're all in.
You're all in?
You're all in all the time.
On the other table, on table 3, Fortunsky is trailing 5 games to 1 against Lars Koekherm. He's a very dangerous outsider, Lars. I've played him many times in Holland because he lives just across the border. He played many tournaments in Holland. Such a powerful player.
Rack 15. Got Skoverski to break. Trailing by 6 racks straight.
Damocles sword dangling above his head. Only one way to go for Skoverski.
One ball in the side. Does he get a shot on the 2? Yeah, he does. Oh no. No, he doesn't. Oh, typical.
Typical. I think too steep an angle to the side pocket if he needs to jump.
I would try to bring the 2 ball to the long rail on the right and make sure he cannot make the 2. So bring it in line with the 4 and then leave the cue ball behind the 3.
Yeah, a good way if you have trouble as an amateur player to find safeties is to always look to the right side of the ball. Do I have a future there? And then assess. And then to the left side, do I have a future? It'll help you to recognize. So he has a natural line to go above the 3 ball. And then Nick said with a little overspeed for the 2.
Nice shot.
Just to be sure. And I think that overspeed in this case is the cause of a failed safety.
Yeah, natural lines and seeing them and feeling them are so important in playing safeties. Like the line of the cue ball was perfect now. It went naturally to the short rail behind the 3. Like the natural line here is, if he clips it like a quarter ball, natural line would be just miss the 8. So if he's able to hit it thin enough and miss the 8, he can hold the 2 ball and leave that near the 4 and let the cue ball travel to the 5. 2 rails.
There's no scratch on low left or anything is good really. Anything between quarter ball and 3/4 ball. Ooh, that's not a good shot.
No, he hit it way too thin.
Actually, the deflection of the cue ball is around 30 degrees.
Yeah.
Anywhere between a quarter ball and 3/4 ball hit.
And he hit it thinner than a quarter ball.
Oh, he
hit it
way thin.
I think he was afraid to hit it quarter ball because the 2 ball might travel too far.
Yeah,
but what do you do here? I would go all in. I go for the 2 in the corner. I don't see anything else. Yeah, maybe you can play safe, but it's tough to hide behind the 3.
Where? How?
It's tough to hide behind the 3.
The double, if you're trying to get behind the 3, the double kiss is huge. Yeah, he's committed.
Go 2 rails, long. Not in, but
so
does he get away with it?
2 trends in this match. No position after the break and no leave after a miss.
If he's not able to make this, he will probably bank the 2 to the short rail and bring the cue ball near the 8. Maybe hide the 2 behind the 7.
Distance, a lot of distance, but also distance between the 2 and the short rail. So even though he would still leave the 2 ball exposed, the kick and stick for me definitely a consideration. Or a kick and stick where he does not hit full ball, but like 3/4 where the cue ball would drift to the left.
I don't know what he's gonna do. He's looking at hiding the cue ball behind the 3 or behind the 7. I think behind the 3 he looked at. Yeah, he banks the 2 ball. And again, he chose for this option because the natural line with the 30-degree rule was 2 rails behind the 3.
Yeah.
And if he wanted to hide behind the 7 and bring the 2 ball to the right long rail, he had to play it with a lot of spin.
So Aranas in a bad spot, but the good thing is that that 6 ball is still tied up. You know, the player at the table could still play many good moves on the 6 later in the rack.
Yeah.
But it does give you that little bit of comfort.
I wonder if he's able to hit this 1 rail with top spin and then a long rail, left long rail, and then try to leave the cue ball there when you hit it full on the face.
Needs speed. Well, that would be with stun, like stun draw.
Yeah, stun draw. But he opted to go for the other one.
Yeah, like this. Little harder to feel the line to the 2.
But more reward when you hit it.
Yeah, more good things that can happen.
What's also a nice shot here, if you hit it soft. If you hit 2 rails and you might not make the 2, it will hide behind the 8.
Yeah. Just don't miss the 2. That's what I would think. Hit the ball and good things can happen. And it did. Maybe kick Karen. He'll look at that. Don't think it's on. But it's close. If the 2 ball were 1 millimeter to the right, it would be on.
I think my option would be here is to, I don't think that's on, I'm not sure.
I think I would play the kick carom, but not thin, but thick off of the 2, and then hope that the 2 ball doesn't hit the 5 ball on the way out. So I have a chance of making the ball.
And let the cue ball go to...
stay low left. And hope that 2 ball doesn't hit the 5.
How about kicking it, banking the 2, short rail up table, and bring the cue ball into the 6-9?
Well, he doesn't have a whole lot of passage. I mean, he cannot hit the 8 ball with the 2.
No.
And the 2 ball needs to avoid the 5.
No.
So that's not a lot of room.
He's going for it.
He's going to be in trouble. Should be in trouble after this. Even though Aranas is hampered, makes it a little harder.
Hide the cue ball behind the 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He will jump. I think.
He has a jump shot, but not a clear shot to make it in the corner. So.
Well, I said he will jump, but actually Skoverski has chosen some very nice solutions.
Yeah.
Not always going for the easiest.
Yeah. If you kick at this and you hit the top side of the 2, the cue ball might travel behind the 3.
If you hit the low side, you might pocket it.
Yeah.
Cue ball goes back. Cue ball might make the 8.
I would never jump this one. I would kick it.
No, yeah, kick it. The only thing.
Only jump would be like the bank, the jump bank on the 8.
But listen, do you play the kick with top or stun?
because you don't want to give it on a lot of speed. And if you stun it, you got to play it with such a speed that the safety is out. Look at this.
Oh, wow. Well, a chance for the match for Aranas, but a lot of work. Firstly, get in position on the 3.
How would you play position here?
I think
would you draw back, hit the
yeah,
8, or
like
avoid
sort
the
of blunt. I would hit it blunt, like not try and finesse it,
8? Yeah.
but like with speed and more stun draw than real draw into the 8.
Yeah.
It's gonna have speed.
Yeah. Just like you said, it's a little bit too much, I think.
Yeah, for that reason. Yeah, but actually, I don't know. It's still on.
Yeah.
You can still cut it. And the 4 is still open. What a hard fought match this is.
Unbelievable.
Life in the trenches. Needs to play this with a little bit of check side, and if you remember Nick, all the way in the beginning of this match, he missed one. Played it a little rough.
Missed it.
As this one. He's not comfortable with those types of shots. Could maybe try and get a lesson from Orcolo when he's back in the Philippines. Orcolo for me is like the real master in that shot.
Yeah.
Especially under pressure.
Yeah.
Like not an extreme cut shot. Like extreme cut shot where it goes along the rail is actually easier
Than this?
than this, yeah. Where it's away from the rail with a hair of spin. I think if he hits the 3 ball on the left thin to hit the jaw of the pocket, it will bounce back like towards the 3rd diamond on the right.
Yeah.
I would use the knuckle.
Oh, he's gonna draw. Is he going to hit the rail? No, he's gonna draw back straight.
Oh, nice clean. Good.
It all depends on this shot. Does he have an angle after this shot to break open the 6-9?
Don't overthink it.
If he gets straight in on the 5, he can always opt to play a stop shot.
Oh yeah, he can play many moves on
Yeah.
the 6.
He's looking at that 4 ball, like if it doesn't go or just go.
Well, if it's tight, he can drop it in, leave it cut to the side pocket.
Yeah. I always tell myself, if you think it just doesn't go, it goes.
Yeah, good
Ooh.
speed. Ooh, whoa, it looked like good speed. And it would have been with 1 rotation more.
So he's straight in. He might have a little bit of angle, but he can't really do anything with it. So he will probably or draw back a ball or stop. And then he can hide the cue ball behind the 9 and send the 6 2 rails to the 7.
If that's on.
If that's on.
It seems to be on. Otherwise, draw back like about to where the cue ball is now, and he could cross the 6 and play the cue ball 2 rails behind the 8.
Yeah.
Or a carom on the 9. I think the carom is lying nice. It's just too much distance. Like from the 9 to the pocket,
No.
low left, that's too far. So you have to be too precise.
But if he has a good option to play a good safety, he will play that.
Oh yes. Yeah, so he's playing your shot. This looks like stun run through a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Because if you stun it, you will lie next to the 9.
Yeah.
But also make sure you play this with speed, so the 6. That's what I like, is that you don't play it to leave the 6 on the rail. Play it so it stays
I
in
thought
the
you were
middle.
going to say at least control the 6 to the middle of the side of the short rail.
Okay.
But you would play it confident.
Yeah, I
Put
would
him in
make sure
tight.
that the cue ball is behind the 9 and make sure you play it with a speed that the 6 doesn't stay on the rail. Because if it's on the rail, it's a good
Easy
chance
to hit. Yeah. It's very difficult to not put the object ball near a rail on safeties. Yeah.
Yeah, nice shot. And the 6 goes off the rail. Very good shot.
One rail route is still on.
How I've practiced these shots, of course you can calculate and do things like from out of the book, but I practice sometimes and I just put the cue ball anywhere on the table and I try to scratch one rail.
Oh yeah.
No, and after a while you get a really good feel of scratching
And
one
where
rail.
where the pocket is.
And where the pocket is. So
Yeah.
what I would do now is see and feel how to scratch, and then I would go behind the point where I would hit the rail
Yeah.
and then check if the 6 ball is in the line of scratching. He hits it. Very good
Oh
shot.
wow. What a match. What a match.
Yeah. Don't go for the bank here.
Straight
Hit-
back? No?
No, I would hit this thin.
Yeah.
And go between the 9-8.
Or the 8 in the rail.
But then you probably need to hit it a little thicker, and then you have a chance that you leave the 6 in
Yeah,
front of the pocket.
okay, of course. If I can reach it nicely and if just thin with left can get me to go short, long, long, I would play
Yeah.
that.
Go behind the 9. Good shot.
Man.
I think maybe he's going for the 6.
Off of the 7.
Off
Well,
of
the
the
thing
7.
is, the safety, thin off the 6, it'll open up the 6.
Yeah.
If he hits thin, the 6 will hit the 7,
He
hit the
probably
rail,
needs
and
to
come
go
out.
for it.
Yeah, but he has decided really quick.
If you hit it a little too thick, the 6 stays there.
Nice.
Good shot. Very nice shot.
That's big. Like the cue ball halting there. And Skoverski can put his hand on the table, can spin the ball where he wants. And I think there's enough room behind the 6. Kick and stick.
And on a shot like this, you have to play it with loads of spin, loads of left spin. And why? If you hit it without spin, the 6 ball goes towards the corner pocket. And if you play it with a lot of spin, you come from a steeper angle and you can drift the 6 near the side pocket and then towards the 7. But then of course it's harder to judge to hit the 6 perfect.
I say he'll get it. It's sitting very nicely. Ooh.
He did way too thin, but still, this is a tough shot.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Super tough this. After a match like this, they've been going at it for at least 2 hours.
And Carl, don't show too much frustration because this is still a tough shot.
Top spin is not on. I think he needs to force it to the long rail.
I think he was also looking at making the 6 in the right corner pocket.
And then swing the cue ball
swing the
round.
cue ball
Yeah,
around.
I understand that.
Look at this, he misses it, doesn't give anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still on the table.
Yeah, and it was an educated guess to play it to that pocket
Yeah.
with that speed, making sure the cue ball goes down table. Well,
Would you bank
I'm,
it?
or cut. Depends how I feel. I think Skoverski, I'd like him cutting it.
Yeah, he can cut it and play with a loads of right spin and go below the 7. 2 rails.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it.
It's a match like that.
Yeah.
If you go all in and just try to make it
Yeah.
and you miss it, then it's over. Just
Yeah.
play with the opponent's mind a bit.
Yeah, so you're saying cue ball towards the 9, long rail towards the 9 with the cue
Yeah.
ball, and maybe make the 6.
He's looking for the bank in the corner. That's what he's looking at, and hide the cue ball behind the 8.
No, I don't like that.
That's what he's looking at, but I'm not sure if he's
Well,
going
the
for it.
cross side bank is not on. It's short. You can make it, but you will need to play it slow to open up the bank.
Yeah.
So that makes it a not so nice shot. Okay, yeah, then I like your shot. Play high with 2 tips of right.
Is he looking at the side pocket? Well, if he can make it in his side, then why not go for it?
It's tight. And if he tries to get the cue ball behind the 8, well, yeah, he's looking at the side pocket. But if he's drawing the cue ball behind the 8, then he needs...
No, he probably goes all in then. If he goes for the side, he just plays
Yeah, but he's
position.
addressing the cue ball low.
Yeah,
would
but
be
maybe
too-
he's gonna try to drag it a little bit. Yeah, like that. Perfect.
Oh, wow, nice. Would have been a different type of match with a shot clock, but it's
Oh,
not.
Totally different.
But it's not.
Will we get shot clock later on this tournament?
Oh yes, yep. You ready? Tight pockets, shot clock, new breaking format, new cue. Yeah, since a week.
I go all in then.
We've told viewers 4 hours ago when this match started that you're playing with a new cue.
It might help me, it might help me not.
Yeah, Nick doesn't like too much structure.
Eight
Yeah.
7. How long is this match going on? 2 hours?
4
2
hours.
Huh?
No, not 4. Long enough. Good fight. Good fight though. Very nice shot on the 7. He got lucky. Though, the pole, he had that kick and stick on the 6 ball, misplayed it, but the cue ball ended up on the rail. It's been the ongoing story throughout the whole match. Misses, but no leaves.
Fortunsky down 7 games to 1. And Kaplan just beat Zayed 9-8. Kaplan made a very tough 9-ball on 8-8. Oh, very
Sure.
tough. A tough one under pressure.
Thank you. Rack 16, Skoverski to break. Trailing by 7 racks to 8.
De voorlaatste break, the before last break in this match, if it's concerned.
Makes the 1. Does he get position on the 2?
Yes.
The magic might have helped him
Yeah,
there.
yeah, the magic we'll see in the replay. I hope that 6 ball was about to close the path to the 2 ball. Ah, you didn't get to see it.
But it's not a straightforward run out here.
No,
Look
no,
at the 3. He cannot run out
He
here.
can't get to the 3.
Now my question is, do you play safe on the 3 or right now on the 2 ball? What I'm also curious about, how is the 3-9 lined up for the bank? Can he
Can
he go for the bank and safety at once?
As a shot to nothing. So imagine he plays the 2 ball to the side pocket, puts the cue ball near the middle diamond on the short rail.
Yeah.
He could attack the bank, cross the 3, leave the 3 ball there, and with a little bit of left spin, go to where the 5 ball is now.
Yeah.
Oh, nice hit. Ho ho needs to hold.
I think what I think he tried to do was leave it on the rail and might play the carom.
Yep.
Or maybe the
no,
safety.
the safety, but he still has the safety because even if that 3 ball hits the 9,
you have to clip the 9
and glances it, it would help him actually in this case.
If you don't clip it, the cue ball moves off the rail too much. But even here with that shot we talked about, the bank, if you bank it right now and bring the cue ball near the 7 or behind the 7.
Yeah, but you know he has a stone cold safety behind the 9.
True. Nice. Nice shot. Question to me is, did he lock up the 3 onto the 9 so the 1 rail is tougher than normal? Does he have to play this with a loads of right spin? No, the way he's lining up, he can just play this with a little bit of right spin. Hit the 2 rails, 1 rail. What's he gonna get? Is it gonna stay on the rail? No, he has a good shot on the 3.
He's good. He is good. This is a hell of a chance to go 8-8. This all started 8-5. You remember that Efren Reyes soft kick shot on the 2.
Yeah.
Where he resaved Aranas. That's when Skoverski started to play good again.
I wonder if he can cut this in with left spin and go 2 rails to make the 4 in the same pocket. Or does he have to cut it in, play the 4 in the right side pocket or right corner bottom?
Well, that first call is on, but it's pretty tight.
Yeah.
Like he would come back to the rail approximately where the cue ball is now, and then bounce back towards the 3rd diamond on the left, which means there's only like 10 inches for him to land the cue ball in. Wow.
Safe.
No. Focus too much on the cue ball. Trying to catch a little more flash on the 3 to give himself a bigger zone to land in on the 4.
He had to make sure he made that ball. Don't focus too much on that position. Play it with left spin and make sure you make the ball.
Yeah, regardless where you end up with the cue ball, exactly.
Well, anything can go wrong, of course, but I don't see anything go wrong here. You can play these 2 rails, make sure you end up on the right of the 5 ball, so you can go 1 rail for the 6.
6 goes to the same pocket as the 5. You know, it's unlikely, but it's been a dogfight this.
He's drawing it, or not? No, he's not drawing it. Looked like it for a moment.
It's easy to come across to the right side, but it's a gliding cue ball. It's not super easy to control the speed, and he wants to end up low on the 6.
In a club, when you're just playing for fun, it's so easy to open up the arm and let the cue ball do anything you like. But when you're under pressure, your arm tends to,
yeah, and for
lock
some
up
players,
lock up a little bit.
For some players more than others. Yeah, that's good. Go forward. Ooh. He can do both. He can go forward stun, or he can draw back.
I think he can go forward, cheat the pocket, and go 2 rails for the 7.
Yeah, I like that. He knows what he's going to play. He just took a little extra time to assert himself.
He goes 1 rail. Oh no. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Good enough.
Do you stay high or do you go low? Because here he does need to make a real choice. He doesn't want to play a long 9-ball.
I would stun this ball.
So he's staying high.
Yeah, because I don't want to have the chance of like getting a little bad contact while there's a little bit more friction.
Yeah, but you're not coming back to come out low on the 8.
No. Yeah.
Well, it's on the low side, but he's fine.
Yeah, this is game over. I don't see this going wrong. That means Skoverski is out and Lars Koekherm is leading 7 games to 2. That means we lose 2 Polish players.
Yeah, 2 Polish big guns. This 9 for a hard-fought 9-7 win. Day 2 in the World 9-ball Championships in Kielce, Poland, where 1 Polish killer is terminated. The seasoned campaigner Skoverski, the 2012 World Pool Master, is eliminated, and Aranas goes through to the next round. We'll be back later, a 3rd match in this afternoon session on table 2.
Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aranas tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aranas range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aranas, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.